you know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day? I know I'm not wrong. The feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. Miss the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. Oh, the Mardi Gras, the memories of Creole's tunes that fill the air. I dream of old yanders in June, and soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans when that's where you left your heart? There's something more. I miss the one I kept more than I miss New Orleans.
We come to you with facts. We come to you with eyewitness accounts. We come to you because we were there before the storm hit, we were there when the storm hit, we were there after the storm, and we're still there.
Are your teams, is FEMA ready for this? Because you guys have been pretty taxed lately with all the hurricanes of last year and this year's busy hurricane season.
Well, we have been taxed. You know, right now we're still doing recovery operations in Florida, and I've got a long-term recovery office down there. And some people have been trying to second guess how FEMA responded and recovered in Florida. Well, let me say to all those critics, we are ready, we're going to respond, and we're going to do exactly what we did in Florida and Alabama and the other places. We're going to do whatever it takes to help victims. That's why we've already declared an emergency. President Bush had no reservations about doing that. We're going to lean forward as far as possible and do everything we can to help those folks in Louisiana or Alabama or Mississippi.
New Orleans in peril, Friday, August 26th, 2005, 1:57 p.m. At the risk of being alarmist, we could be 3 to 4 days away from an unprecedented cataclysm that could kill as many as 100,000 people in New Orleans. Such a scenario is unlikely. The conditions would have to be just right, or rather, just wrong. There were forecasters out there, there were legitimate meteorologists who were saying this is a threat. And National Hurricane Center was saying there's a wide range of area that could be hit by this hurricane, ranging from the Florida Panhandle all the way over to Louisiana. So New Orleans was within their strike target.
I first heard about Hurricane Katrina, I want to say, because it was on the 29th, maybe the 26th, kind of like word that it was out there and, you know, what it was building to the strength that it was building to.
Anytime a hurricane gets into the Gulf, we become very aware here in New Orleans. Friday morning I was in Detroit, and Saturday morning when I saw that the hurricane had reached Category 5, I began to call my family members and pretty much implore them to leave out of town.
I had flown in for the funeral of Clarence Barney, who had run the Urban League of Greater New Orleans. About 2/3 through the funeral, my communications director, Michelle Moore, who was with me, slipped me a note up at the front of the church, and the note said, "We must leave. The storm is a Category 5 now."
I was living in Metairie. I was living there with my ex-fiancée, her 3 kids and 2 grandchildren. Saturday before the hurricane, that morning at 11 a.m., I sent her 2 cars, all the kids, the grandkids, and 2 friends that come down from Illinois, and sent them away to get to a safe spot.
I came down here that Saturday for vacation before I was going to work in Baltimore, and arrived, and at the airport, everyone was just trying to get out. There was this huge exodus trying to happen. And I'm like, what's going on? They said, oh, you didn't hear about the hurricane? And I actually hadn't been in touch with the news or the weather or whatever. So I came to my parents' house, and we just said, look, let's just wait.
I think it was probably about Saturday, about noon, they really started saying that it was gonna come and hit us. And my house was kind of unprepared. I had stuff in the yard, windows needed to be boarded up, all of that, so I just started going to it.
I was here during Hurricane Katrina because my mother-in-law decided, as many New Orleanians did, that they could weather the storm. We haven't had a major hurricane since 1965. I remember I was 5 years old. It was called Hurricane Betsy. And I remember driving and water coming up behind us and surviving that. So I've always been afraid of hurricanes.
My mother, she had been bedridden for a while, so she was in good spirits. I told her, I said, well, another hurricane coming. She said, oh, yeah. She said, well, we survived Betsy. You remember that? I said, yeah, I remember that. I said, but I'm going to board up the windows and things, and I said, we're going to just try to survive it out.
On the 26th, as I recall, the governor and I had talked a little bit about this particular situation, and we were already in the mode of evacuating people.
I signed a declaration of emergency for the state of Louisiana to begin activating all of the assets that could be brought to bear so that we could petition the federal government to help us to also pay for the big things that needed to happen.
Katrina is now in the Gulf of Mexico and growing stronger rapidly after leaving at least 6 people dead in South Florida. Many heavily populated areas there are in deep water and without power.
New computer information just coming in tells us that now there's a possibility of this storm even shifting further west, perhaps even involving the New Orleans metropolitan area. Of course, New Orleans is one of the most vulnerable hurricane places, if not the most vulnerable in the country.
I was having dinner with my family, getting ready to evacuate them the next morning. Got a call from Max Mayfield. He said, Mr. Mayor, I am calling you. I just finished talking to the governor. This is one of the worst storms that I've ever seen in my 33-year history. The conditions are the worst I've seen, and this storm is one of the worst that I've seen. If I were you, I would issue a mandatory evacuation and try and get everybody out that you can, because this is the real deal. This is very serious. This is the storm that everybody was afraid of. And when you get somebody like the head of the Hurricane Center to say that, in 33 years they hadn't seen anything like it, we should take heed to it. The city of New Orleans had never in its history issued a mandatory evacuation. There's all sorts of legal concerns because you have so many residents who rely upon public transportation, and there's a question about whether you can really deliver on that order. I basically called my city attorney after that Saturday night conversation with Max Mayfield and said, I don't care what you have to do, figure out a way for us to order mandatory evacuation, and we did that the next morning.
I pretty much just disregarded the fact that Hurricane Katrina was headed towards New Orleans. A few of my friends seemed to be particularly worried. I guess I'd been through enough of them that I'd never particularly been very worried about it.
It was a Saturday night at 4 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed that night, and my son-in-law called me about 4 o'clock in the morning and said, father-in-law, you better get up and watch TV and turned on Margaret Orr, and we watched her. And, you know, when they showed you what was happening, that thing was covering the Gulf.
Hurricane Katrina will likely affect the Louisiana coast with tropical force winds and heavy rainfall by this evening. Governor Blanco and I, Mayor C. Ray Nagin, have each declared a state of emergency. Every person is hereby ordered to immediately evacuate the city of New Orleans.
Hurricane Katrina is now designated a Category 5 hurricane. We cannot stress enough the danger this hurricane poses to Gulf Coast communities. I urge all citizens to put their own safety and the safety of their families first by moving to safe ground.
My name is Tanya Harris, and I'm a Lower Ninth Ward resident. This is actually, it's 3 generations of us right here. This is my grandmother, Josephine Butler, and that's my mother, Cherry Harris. We evacuated the Sunday before the storm. My sister's van had broken down, and we all basically, she didn't want to leave. She just had no desire to leave because she, you know, evacuating can get kind of costly. And a lot of times we always just leave and nothing happens. So she didn't want to leave, and my grandmother said, you know, I think this is going to be a pretty strong storm, and, you know, so I think we ought to get out of here. And my sister still wouldn't leave. But if one of us doesn't go, well, none of us will go. We all stay.
I told my God, I went around there. I said, y'all gonna leave out that house? I said, right now. I said, come on, get in the car. If you don't have anything, get in the car. Let's go. We got to go. So they got in the car. We all packed up in the car, and then we left.
We begin with 2 words coastal residents never want to hear: Category 5. Hurricane Katrina now threatens to bring catastrophic damage to coastal Louisiana and Mississippi. This monster of a storm is now at the most powerful level for a hurricane, and it's taking aim at a wide swath of the Gulf Coast. And that includes New Orleans, a city 6 feet below sea level.
When I heard the Category 5 was coming, I decided to evacuate. I took my entire family, and I went to North Louisiana and stayed with my brother.
They said, well, we gotta leave. The hurricane coming. I said, listen, man, you know, everybody who's afraid should leave, but I ain't for that leaving. I'm gonna stay right here.
The main reason that I decided to leave is I hadn't gone shopping. I had intended to, so I was out of food, and I knew the grocery stores would be shutting down. I left late once I took a good look inside my icebox, and that was Sunday evening.
I had never evacuated from New Orleans for a hurricane. We've had others, and we didn't know how severe this one was going to be. But my wife and my sons convinced me, well, just leave the house and let's go downtown to a hotel, then you can come back tomorrow. So I said, fine, I'll do that.
The same thing was happening that happens with a lot of hurricanes coming to New Orleans. There's a group that says, I'm going to leave, you don't have to tell me twice. And then there's the other group that says, I rode out Betsy and I'm going to stay here and it's going to be okay.
We left the city that Sunday when they made it a mandatory evacuation, and I was at a hotel right across the street from the convention center and the Superdome. Went to get my bags, and as I was driving back home to pick up my parents, there was lines of people already going into the Superdome. You know, and they were holding them back, saying it's a place of last resort, so don't go yet. So people were just lined up like a parade, you know, waiting for the Superdome to open to go into it.
As this storm was bearing down on us, we had opened up the Superdome for people with special needs, medical needs, which we always do. The Superdome is used because there's no other facility in the New Orleans area that is capable of sustaining winds higher than a Category 3 storm.
We have been very fortunate to get food for you tonight.
The mood in the beginning was kind of like, okay, we okay. You know, we was cheering when they were speaking, you know. We was kind of excited to know they had food. We wanted to see the TVs and wanted to know what was going on with the news out there. And so everybody kind of like was kind of, you know, I guess accepting, you know, where they was at that particular time. You know, the storm was coming.
7:38 this evening, we are continuing to track Hurricane Katrina as we are now starting to feel some of the effects of Katrina. This right here is a, empty street here in New Orleans. It actually looks a little eerie, you know, to see our city looking like this on a Sunday evening.
I started praying a lot, and I called my sister Cheryl in California. She could see the news because we had already lost power, so she could see the news in California on CNN, and she was giving me the update. But this was before it actually full-blown hit us. And she said, Phyllis, it's 30 minutes away. So I hang up, I'm praying, I'm getting my husband prayed up, I'm getting me prayed up. I'm like, Ron, you know what I never thought about? God's will. What if this is actually God's will for us to die right now, for this to be the time, for us to die like this?
We both know how to swim, but Jahir's a better swimmer than I am. And I talked to her about if the storm surge hit and we found ourselves in the water and having to swim, if she could get to safety, and if I was trailing behind her, to keep going. Don't worry about me. Get herself to safety. And she said, Mom, you know I wouldn't leave you, you know, because we knew it was a life or death situation. The potential danger, the threat of the storm was enormous.
CNN is your hurricane headquarters. We are watching a Category 5 hurricane, Hurricane Katrina, as it makes its way towards the city of New Orleans. Expected landfall about 5 to 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I wasn't in good physical condition, but it was about 12 o'clock before I left. And I really had anticipated not leaving the house. I was going to ride this one out. And but then I made a decision that I needed to go up to the complex. So I asked my wife after I got in the car. I told her we only live about a block away from the levee that surrounds the Chalmette back levee that surrounds St. Bernard, in the area I live in is Verrett. I told my wife just to take the back road, and she asked me why. I said, well, it's a scenic route, and I said, I just want you to look at it and just remember, I said, because if this thing hits, that's all you'll have is memories of this place.
Well, everybody left. I went out, ran 10 miles, came back, boarded up my house, called my man. We went to the hospital to see my brother, and then we went up to the Hyatt, parked the car, went up to the 27th floor. About 11:30, guy came on the PA system, says, everybody place your belongings in the bathrooms, grab your spread, your pillow, and come to the 4th floor ballroom. I guess about 2:30 in the morning, it got rough.
We started listening to the wind, and that sound, I'll never forget that sound, the wind hitting the glass at the Hyatt, and those glasses started breaking. And that's when you could see the true power of Mother Nature.
The winds woke me up, and I got up and looked outside and saw trees in the courtyard across me just like swaying.
You could hear the squall through the window going shh, like a tornado. I thought a tornado was by the hospital. It was so loud. Moved all our patients out into the hallway because we didn't want any windows cracking on them, any windows breaking.
This is August 29th, 2005. About 6 in the morning, everybody kind of sleeping. And then all of a sudden, you just hear...
It sounded like a New York City subway train. Others said they thought it was thunder or someone hammering, and in a way it was. It was Katrina hammering away at the roof trying to get in. And then this, the first break visible in the roof. That is daylight coming through, and the rain soon followed.
There are reports about the Superdome. Some reports that we have gotten from people in the dome tell us that there has been a portion of the roof that is leaking. The structure is sound. Right now, there is no structural damage. They have moved the people who were on the floor of the Superdome in a very orderly fashion to get them out of the water that's coming through. Now, having said that, we have several more hours to go watching the situation, and the rains are pretty heavy.
The wind is rolling. It's rolling too much. I mean, there's tin flying off this. Everything is ripping the whole aluminum siding of the building off. You can actually hear it being peeled like somebody, it's just like that Daryl Hannah movie from a long time ago, the 50-foot woman or whatever the hell she was. That's what Katrina was. She was peeling our shit apart.
And it just got worse and worse and worse. I mean, it was just incredible, the sound. It was like having a freight train in your ear for hours on end, just it's just almost, you can't describe it because it's deafening. You can't even hear yourself think after a while.
And all I could think of was one word, and I said it out loud, and I remember my daughter looking at me like, what is she saying? But all I could say was stabilize. I just wanted the winds in the house to stop shaking and to stabilize.
How you doing, man? I had to leave out of my house, man. I don't know whether that water's coming over that levee or what.
The storm missed us.
I can't hear you.
The storm went east.
So you haven't heard about that water coming over that levee from the lake?
No. Check it out.
Because the water started rising so high in my two-story apartment, I had to get out, man.
Where's that at?
Right across the North Robinson overpass.
Okay.
Around Cluid on Louisa Street.
Around 9 o'clock, we heard a big boom noise. Boom! And it was loud, loud, loud.
Yes, I heard the explosion. We heard it first, the echo from here. Then it was here. I said, oh my God, it's the end of the world.
We heard some explosions, 2, 3. We thought about, I thought maybe it was an electrical transformer or something popping in the distance.
First I heard one boom, I thought a big transformer. Confederate said, it's a transformer. But I said, we've been sitting in the door now for about 2 hours, 3 hours. But it went again, boom, boom.
I think the lever cracked and they helped it the rest of the week. They had a bomb, they bombed that sucker.
I didn't only hear the explosion, I felt the explosion. And it should be somebody else heard and felt the explosion besides me.
I don't believe that the levees were blown. I believe that my people heard explosions. When water gusts through a gaping hole, you have a crack that go from being a crack to a gaping hole, you're gonna hear some type of sound. The levees gave.
I don't think it was blown up, I'll be honest with you. I think what they heard was there was a possibility they could have heard the snapping of the ropes that hold these barges together. I almost have to believe that they heard the barge hit that concrete wall, because it just looks to me like that barge was the thing that knocked that wall down.
I'm 45 years old. I'm a New Orleans native. I've been in New Orleans all my life. My mother was born in New Orleans. My father was born in New Orleans. My grandmother was born in New Orleans. And I was there when Hurricane Bessie hit.
In 1965, during Hurricane Betsy, there was an intentional dynamite of the levees, and that caused the lower 9th Ward to flood. People were on their roofs. Several people lost their lives. They dynamited the levees and flooded the lower Ninth Ward in order to save some of the more expensive property in the lakefront area.
They're not gonna never leave nothing happen to this French Quarter. Okay, nothing ain't gonna happen. If the French Quarter go, everything go. They blew that levee so the water could release on that side of the city.
During Hurricane Betsy, there were rumors, and it became almost an article of faith with people in the community that the Ninth Ward flooded because there was an intentional breach of the levee. It was never investigated. It was neither proven nor disproven. In this case, for the government and others to sort of dismiss it without looking into all of it is not doing the people or the public a service.
These people that live along where it flooded, that believe it was dynamited, have a long experience of being ripped off. The 1927 flood, when black communities were dynamited, what happened during Betsy was on their mind. It's not a far jump to believe the urban myth that it got dynamited.
I think there are too many similarities between the 1927 flood and Katrina. For one thing, the levee policy of the federal government, the flood protection policy of the federal government was, directly responsible. I mean, it was deeply flawed in 1927 and had been widely criticized. The city of New Orleans had exercised its political muscle and dynamited the levee outside the city, flooded out its neighbors.
And this wasn't about race, it was about money. The people who were flooded out of their homes were in St. Bernard Parish. They were almost all of them were white. So as I say, it had nothing about race. It was an enormous event. It flooded the homes of over 1 million people, which back then was almost 1% of the entire population of the United States.
In Louisiana alone, there were 200,000 people who were fed by the Red Cross for months after the flood. More than half of them were living in tent cities. Until Katrina, it was the greatest natural disaster the country had ever seen. 2 years ago, FEMA actually funded a study called PAM, where they did a study, a numerical study, computer simulation model of what had happened if a Hurricane 5, Category 5 hit New Orleans.
Hurricane PAM was a fictitious hurricane engineers and the Federal Emergency Management Agencies designed to see what happens if we flood New Orleans. What we are looking at here is as storm moved toward New Orleans, it started to flood New Orleans from east and west and eventually Bowl gets flooded.
Hurricane Pam came up with some very, very significant findings, and unfortunately these seem to have been ignored by many, many agencies as we move forward. One of the most significant was that we had identified through our own research that there were 127,000 people in New Orleans who didn't have access to motor vehicles. In addition, there were a large number of homeless and the disabled. So you were talking about a significant percentage of the population that couldn't evacuate.
In 1965, they started those levees. They haven't finished them today, and that's 40-something years later. They haven't put the last lift on these levees. It's like the guy that used to get up there with, years back, and hold that oil filter in his hand and said, pay me now, pay me later. Well, this is the pay me later. This is the payback.
It's like, oh, it costs too much money. Now they failed, and now they look how much money they got to spend. The old saying, a stitch in time. Well, we don't deal that way. We said if we look the other way, it'll go away. And now it's just coming back home to roost. All the stuff they've done for the last 40 years came home in a big way.
President Hoover in 1947, in a famous speech about engineers, he said that engineering is a great profession. He said, but engineers, we build stuff. He said politicians may put their name on it, but we can't deny that we did it. He said an engineer is unlike a doctor who can bury his mistakes. He said an engineer is unlike a politician who can blame it on his opponent on the opposite side of the aisle, or hope that the public forgets. He said an engineer is unlike a lawyer who can blame it on a judge or try to argue it away. He said, an engineer is unlike an architect who can hide his mistakes with trees and shrubbery. He said, when an engineer makes a mistake, he is damned because his mistake is there for the world to see.
The engineer should have designed those much better and much stronger, and we haven't seen that. As for example, 17th Street Canal, the sheet pile was too shallow and didn't go all the way it should go. In St. Bernard Parish, where the levee over top, levee material was not strong enough, and those were not armored.
My understanding is people think we got hit by a hurricane. We got missed by a hurricane. Hurricane went east. When the water backed up the lake, my understanding is the lake backed up a Category 1 into our levees, and they failed. Not Category 3. Category 3 came up the Industrial Canal and the MRGO, breached the levees, topped the levees, but the two main ones that broke under Category 1. Category 2 tops. So we've been lied to all these years by the federal government.
And it cost the people, not just New Orleans and the Ninth Ward, but the whole freaking Southeast Louisiana. It cost the people their homes and their lives. I hope the politicians, whoever they did this, the Corps of Engineers, whoever's responsible, I hope that they can sleep at night. I hope they can sleep at night, knowing that they're the ones who's responsible. And that's not this talking, that's the freaking truth.
Let's go to Anita in Uptown. Anita, are you seeing any water in the streets where you are now?
Yes, it's actually up to the top step, and we have...
How many steps do you have?
We only have 4, and we have 12 people in the house, including the senior citizen and 2 babies.
I walked over to the sewer drain, storm drains on the side of the street, and I could hear this low rumbling gurgle coming at me. It sounded like just bubble and boil, and it just spit all over my shoes. And I started hearing clang, clang, clang down the street, and it was the manhole covers popping off, and the water was just blowing out the manhole covers, and it was coming out of the storm drains, and it was filling up. And you could see it coming down the side streets. You know, it wasn't like a wall of water, but it was coming out quick, and you could see it was starting to rise up real quick.
Judy come and woke me up and says, hey, go out and look at the street. When I went and looked at the street, the water was pouring in. I run back in the house, told them to put on their life jackets and everything. We had to get out the house.
And Henry was trying to open the back door for us to get out of the house because the water was coming up so quickly. It was up to the window.
I got up and I went to my front door, and I had water up over my head. If I'd have stepped out on my step, I'd have drowned.
I'm gonna throw you a life preserver, okay? There it is, you see it? Put your feet on anything. Go for that life preserver right there. Don't let it drift away from you. Grab that life jacket. All right, take the life jacket. Now the water's gonna be deep. Come on, ma'am.
Come on, you can do it. Let go. Let go, come on.
Yes, you can.
The life preserver will help you.
Don't panic. Don't panic. Just come to us. Once you get to us, we can get you into the boat. Come on. There you go. Don't panic. Don't panic. Hang on there. Don't panic. Just go right on the top of that.
I went out on the second floor porch to look over and see the water just kept rising and kept rising. So I went in the room and I broke down, got on my knees, and I started praying. And I was like, I'm not gonna let nobody die, so I gotta get myself together and get my mind right to focus on how I'm gonna do this here.
So I'm steady dialing on my cell phone, 911. You can't get through, you can't get through. I got so desperate and lost a sense of intelligence that I dialed 0 for the operator and asked her, could she transfer me to 911? She said, I can't do it. I said, why not? She said, because they're not taking any calls. What do you mean they're not taking any calls? I'm dying. I'm fucking dying in here. We're about to fucking drown because I'm here in the water, and I'm sorry for cursing, but the more I think about it, the more angry I get because I'm like, I'm here talking to you, so if you can hear my voice talking to you, then you know a heart must be beating inside of a body, which means there's a life here. So you mean you can't connect me, even though I know they told me, if you stayed, we're not gonna help you. They told me point blank, channel after channel saying, fill your tub up with water so you can flush the damn toilet if you survive this.
My family and I are stranded here along with about 100 other tenants and their families. The street water, we have been monitoring it all day on the front of Gravier, is increasingly rising, and it's now coming through the lobby door, and it's filling up the basement, and I expect that our lobby is going to fill up, and we have nowhere to go.
This is actually the first pumping station built in New Orleans, right here. It was built here because this is the lowest area in the city. There are about 27 pumping stations, and we were one of the last ones to shut down here. When the levee broke, when it got to its highest point, it was off the chain, it was off the level up there. This says 16 feet here, but it was much higher because it was lapped around the back, and we could hear it pulling.
People was getting reports that St. Bernard Parish was underwater, the Ninth Ward was underwater, New Orleans East was underwater, and you could only hear stuff over the radio, and you can hear the callers calling in like, I'm stuck in the attic, you know, me and my kids, and it was kind of like we was almost safe inside the Superdome, but you still felt for the people outside, and you didn't know what was going on, and you didn't know what happened to your family at that time.
Turn on the news, and the commentator said that 80% of New Orleans is underwater. And they hadn't shown any pictures yet. And I'm still thinking, when they say 80% of the city's underwater, I'm still thinking, okay, they mean like 2 feet of water, 3 feet of water, something like that. We're used to that. I grew up with that. Water would come right up to the door sill. We sit there and look at it and make little paper boats and throw in it, you know? But man, I looked around and I saw there was a picture of the Circle Food store, and the water was midway to the door. And I couldn't believe that. And what messed me up about that picture was the fact that that was more inland. That wasn't near the lake. It wasn't near the river. If the water was that high at the Circle Food store, I knew we had a problem in the city.
This is the barge when it came, and we thought we were gonna die. And I remember the number ING 4727. If they would have took it away, I don't remember the number because I wrote it down and I put it in my pocketbook. And the couple that lived there, they couldn't afford to get out either. They're still in there, if they're still there. They had a man that lived in here. He tied himself to beer kegs. They may still be in the yard. And he floated in the water just for 3 days. And I just kept talking to him and telling him, God gonna make a way, God gonna make a way, you're gonna make it. And he was saying, I'm so tired. I said, I know you're tired. And I wanted to feed him when I had, but I couldn't get to him because I didn't know how to swim.
Well, I went down to St. James Infirmary. I saw my baby there when she was stretched out on a long white table. So cold, so sweet, so fair. Oh, let her go, God bless her, wherever she may be. Why, she could look this whole wide world over. She ain't never gonna find another sweet, sweet man like me. When I die, Lord, I want you to bury me in a box back coat and my Stetson hat. Put a $20 gold piece in my pocket so the boys will know I died standing pat. Yeah. St. James Infirmary. St. James Infirmary.
We were vacationing in Italy at the time, and it was on a Monday morning, and the driver picked us up from a hotel on the Amalfi Coast and said, would you like to go see the ruins of Pompeii? And we got in the limousine, and they took us over to right outside of Naples. You know, it's right across the Bay of Naples. And Mount Vesuvius was in the background. And that morning, we went in to visit the ruins of Pompeii and didn't know anything at all about the flood strike in New Orleans. We saw dead people lined up back in 66 AD. We learned about 6,000 people being smothered to death with the ashes of Mount Vesuvius. We saw all of the things that were preserved. Walked out of the ruins of Pompeii, and it's most ironic. We sat down having a little lunch in the little square in the little town there, and they turned on CNN, and they could see the flood in New Orleans. And I think the mayor said, possibility 10,000 people drowning. And, you know, it's quite ironic to be in a place like this where the greatest tragedy ever happened in Europe and see your own city being flooded.
We slept that night, and then we decided to make a move to the next morning to the Superdome. We walked through Tonty Street, which is my mother's street, to Esplanade Avenue, to Claiborne, where the Circle Food Store is. There's my mom, which is 85, my daddy, which is 84, Miss Emma's probably in her 70s. We had one guy, I can't think of his name right now, he had a colostomy bag that needed to be changed. So we had all these people with us going to the Superdome.
Originally, the day after the hurricane, I went walking around throughout Metairie and Kenner area. I went around, swam through water. Some of it was 8 feet. Some of it, you couldn't touch the bottom. You see the levels at the malls that you knew were more than 20 feet high, and the water was higher than that. And I waded through to see if there was anybody around, anybody, anywhere, and it's nothing.
What we're showing you is Memorial Hospital here, west of downtown New Orleans. Show you the parking lot of the hospital, give you an idea of how deep the water is.
We have some concerned employees that want to check on 2 locations.
Okay, what are you looking for?
Okay, the first one is the lakefront area.
I think there's very little doubt lakefront got a lot of water.
Yeah, and especially out there in that area by Lakefront Airport in the New Orleans East part of the lakefront. From what we've been hearing, a lot of New Orleans East has been inundated.
The Heights in Avondale.
Avondale did fairly well as far as water.
I think the winds had just died down to a reasonable level where it was pretty safe to be out. And I walked over the bridge and there was 10, 15, 20 feet of water everywhere. And you could start to hear the people screaming from their balconies and rooftops. And we could actually physically see some of them.
A helicopter came by. He came in the middle of the complex. I mean, I'm standing there with a mop stick with a towel that I found somewhere, a white towel with SOS, and on the back of it, help me please. And I'm waving this thing like I'm going crazy, and he looks at me and he does this. Like, get up and go, and they left us.
Oh, yeah. They passed. They were going in the white neighborhood. They didn't care about me. They were going somewhere else. I kept on trying to flag them down. Man, we had lights, everything trying to stop them. People did not come in. They came here the 4th day and gave me some water. I was in a boat. Went to holler. They dropped the water so hard, they tried to sink my boat. I asked for some water, they gave it to me. Bet you I won't ask for no more.
I will say, though, in the backdrop of it all, and I want to say this, is that I think that there's one agency that we should single out for a job well done, and that's the United States Coast Guard. They moved in very quickly. They were in there on Tuesday. They did numerous very difficult helicopter and boat rescue operations.
Because the Coast Guard threw out the books
The head of the Coast Guard said there are no rules here, guys. This is all improvisation now. Let's go. For example, pilots were only supposed to be able to fly like 8 hours a day, and legally, because you have flight fatigue. They said, screw it. Go 16 hours. People were going 16 hours. So the Coast Guard, both with their helicopters and then with boats, could not have done more for their resources.
I started noticing that I've got neighbors all over the place on their roof. Because I'm on a second story, I can see. I can see 3 or 4 in front of me. I can hear people yelling and screaming at any given direction you want to go to. And it was hot. It was so hot. It was like 95, 100 degrees in the shade. The wind never blew.
And they say that New Orleans has humidity down there, which kind of cools us off. That's bullshit. It was death heat.
Inside the convention center, it was so stifling hot, people tried to stay outside.
Hot as hell, 100-something degrees.
It's hot.
It was very, very hot at that time. It was 97, 98 degrees.
It was hot.
The heat radiating off of the highway at night was intensely hot.
It's hot as hell.
That was the worst summer. I mean, that heat was ridiculous.
Man, hot as heck in here.
It was beyond Africa heat. If Africa heat was anything like that, like I said before, and I'll say it again, they keep saying go back to Africa. Hell no.
For a minute, when I seen the water, I knew we had to get out. And she said, well, why we had to go? And I explained it to her, that the water was coming up and rising up. Because she said we didn't have to leave for Hurricane Bessie. I said, no, we didn't, but we had to leave now. So I had to get a guy that lived in the neighborhood to get someone with a canoe, like a little boat. And I took her and put her in the boat, in her wheelchair. And I had to get her from the house all the way to St. Charles Avenue, where the water had been subsided a little bit.
I ain't see this many boats in the project, bro. It was like cars, man. I'm telling you, everybody in the project had a boat. It was like cars, bro. And we was just going, get the stuff, helping the people out, and day by day, we was bringing people to the bridge.
We found some refrigerators, opened the tops of them, put the kids, we had an elderly lady back there, and Nicholas, my nephew, and another 2 kids. I think it was 3 kids altogether. We put them in the refrigerator, and we floated to what's called Haynes Boulevard, which is close to Lake Pontchartrain.
There were citizen first responders. There were people in neighborhoods who were carrying children and women and older people out on their backs, on their shoulders, making makeshift rafts. The sense of sadness and anger that I felt to see the people I love so much in my own community suffering and abandoned is just something that'll remain with me every day of my life.
You know, I remember Captain Timmy Bayard had organized the boats because there weren't any other boats, so police officers were using their personal boats and boats that we had commandeered to start the rescue missions immediately because people were out there drowning. And we had a lot of guys thinking on their feet. I mean, many people in the police department acted very heroically.
Glad you're all right.
What was inspiring is people that stayed, it was all citizens. I mean, people call it the Cajun Navy, or you call it, just the locals stepping to the plate. But a lot of just everyday people were out there from all walks of life, really putting their life on the line, diving in water, bringing out particularly people with Alzheimer's and dementia.
That afternoon with Sean Penn, we must have pulled out about 30 or 40 people. And everybody that we pulled out, Sean made a promise. If I can just get you out of here, I'll take care of you. I never seen anything like it before in my life. I met Sean Penn on my 6th day out. Went up boldly, talked to him, and said, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. I'm Pastor Walker. How can I help you here? He said, well, I'm trying to save some people.
He told us that, and you'd have to check with him if he was fibbing or not, but it was a good fib, and I understand why he told it. He told us there were 40 children stuck in this one place. So we went to that place. Really what we were doing is checking out his area, his neighborhood. He was concerned about his people and his congregation.
We came together, organized, and we drove from St. Charles to Napoleon Avenue. We used that spot as a launch spot to go out into the middle of the city.
It was only after I took his lead that I was willing to wade 7 blocks and this stuff past the cemetery to get to these couple. He was very driven, and it was, you know, it just seemed so poetic that his church was called the Noah's Ark Church.
I live in the ninth ward, not the lower ninth ward, but it's still a part of the ninth ward. So the day after the storm, the ward had done flooded. Okay, so we had to stay there till the rescue boat came. And when the boat came, they took us to I-10 in Louisa. And when we got on the bridge on I-10, everybody was telling us to walk to the convention center.
No one knew everyone would gravitate to the convention center, but as people started dropping people off at the convention center, then it just spread like word of mouth. And then that area was kind of high and dry as it relates to the area around the Superdome, so it was easy for people to get to the convention center.
I saw a guy at Convention Center Boulevard who retired from our newspaper, disabled guy, walks with a cane, had diabetes, sitting there in the hot sun for 3 days. He was in bad shape.
20, 30,000 people just in the streets. I mean, it was everywhere. People were everywhere.
No food, no water. I mean, the bare necessities.
When we get nothing,
they won't even bring water. They won't bring food. Where's people? Where's the men?
Mother is 83 years old. She's in dire need of her heart medication. There's no medical services here. She's on the floor. She's dying right now. She needs help to get her out of here.
My mother kept asking me, you know, where were we? And I told her we was at the convention center. She knew it was a lot of people was around, but she didn't know how many. So I told her, I said, oh, it's a lot of people out there. I said, everybody's trying to evacuate for the hurricane. She said, well, what they gonna do with all these people? I said, well, they're supposed to have buses coming. I said, but I don't see any buses, which I didn't. So with all the noise, that was kind of getting to her, you know. So but when I kept trying to tell the policeman what was going on, he told me, he said, look, I tell you what to do. Take all the stuff, we gonna roll her outside, way down to the end, he said, because that's where the bus is gonna be coming. When the bus comes, she'll be the first to load up. So I was checking on her. The last time I checked on her, she had asked me, was the bus coming yet? I said, no, the bus hasn't came yet. It should be coming in a minute now. So I sit back down. I was sitting on the curb. She was in a wheelchair. So after a while, you know, she hadn't said nothing for about maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It looked like she was asking me questions. It looked like every 5 minutes, something like that. So I said, well, let me see, you know, could look like she hadn't fell asleep. Because she was nodding out, you know, every so often she was nodding out. So I seen her with her head down like she was asleep. So I went to go shake her, and she didn't respond. So I shook her again, she didn't respond. And then I said, oh Lord, look like my mom done died out here. And then, you know, I just waited till when daylight came. Then another guy was out there, and he told me, he said, man, he said, we got to put something over, you know, because I had like a little tower over. He said, wait a minute, he said, I might have a blanket over here by me. So he went and found the poncho that we throwed over, you know. And after we throwed it over, they had someone that was working at the convention center said that when they was dying like that, they was pushing them to the side because they had another body back there by that door where I pushed that anyway. So you have to push her there, you know, and leave her there. So I didn't want to really do it, but, you know, I had to push her out the way, do something, you know. So what I did, I pushed her back there, and I got a piece of paper, put her name on it, my name, my telephone number, and everything, you know, letting them know I was the son to contact me, you know, whenever they come, because I thought they was going to put her in like a freezer or something they had back there, you know. The guy said that the electric was off, the freezer wasn't working, that's why they had them outside.
The bus never came?
Never came 4 days later. There's no place where anyone that was elderly or sick or handicapped, there was no place to be. Really wasn't no place for anyone to be, any human being.
We're asked to go to a house where there are children without their mother. We pull the boat to the door. Inside, a daughter explains her mother couldn't breathe.
She needed oxygen to breathe. She needed oxygen. She couldn't breathe, but she didn't have anything.
In a back bedroom, we find her mother dead. There are 5 children, and a neighbor insists they can't stay in the house in the heavy heat, and we agree to take them out in our boat.
You know, in the days after Katrina, many of us cried. I'm not afraid to say that I cried because I was sad about what I was seeing. And I cried because people were losing their lives. And I cried because there was such chaos. And I cried because I felt helpless and I didn't know what I could do.
That's all I have, me and my children. Nothing else matters. Clothes, all that's materialistic things, I can get that back. My life, I'm just glad we got our lives. That's all that matters to me, getting out in one piece.
When I saw that there were people being treated like animals in my city, it could have been in any city, I would have been grief-stricken and heartbroken, but it hurt even more so that this was from my hometown, where all of my generations, my great-great-great-great-grandparents come from. And I was so hurt and devastated to see human beings being treated like cattle. It was like when I grew up, the nickname of New Orleans that I knew was not the Big Easy. People used to call it the city that care forgot. And it was like nobody cared.
This is how hot it is. It's not waking up very easy. This is not about low income, it's not about rich people, poor people, it's about people.
Well, I fully understand people wanting things to have happened yesterday. I mean, I understand the anxiety of people on the ground. I just can't imagine what it's like to be waving a sign that said, "Come and get me now." So there is frustration. But I want people to know there's a lot of help coming. I don't think anybody anticipated the breach of the levees.
My grandmother is a diabetic. She's 76 years old. She out of her insulin. What's she gonna do? She don't know if she's gonna live or die. We all don't know what we gonna do. So we just need some help and support.
You have to worry about a country that can look at a vast number of mistakes that this administration has made that has directly affected people's lives. You have to worry about a country that can look at all of that and still not see this guy for who he is. I know I'm gonna get mail, I know I'm gonna get ostracized, but you gotta say that because I'm worried about the country. When you look at an organization like FEMA that was passing the buck about, you know, how to just bring in normal stuff, water, man. Water and food. How hard could that be? I still haven't heard any answers about that convince me that it couldn't have been done differently.
On the fourth day, I was sitting in my office at the refinery, and in walks a guy and shakes my hand, and I shook his hand. The guy said, he said, "Can we help you?" I said, "Certainly, where are you from?" Well, he said, "I'm Canadian Mounted Police." He said, "We're from Vancouver, Canada." I said, "How the hell did you get here?" So I come across the ferry. Where was the federal government?
One of the things that came to my attention very early on was how many nations has extended their offers to step in and make a difference, who had resources and capacities to lend assistance immediately to the citizens of the region. One of those places was Venezuela. And as a consequence, I went with 15 of my colleagues down to Venezuela to have a meeting with Chavez, which we had, to discuss particularly what he would be able to do to help specifically the people of the region of Katrina, and while we were at it, to take a look and see if there was anything else he could do for a host of needy black people and Latino and people of color and poor people in general in the United States of America who were being wholly underattended by the United States government, and particularly by Bush's will and mandate.
This is the center of one of the great cities of America, New Orleans. Here we have a virtual refugee camp with thousands of people waiting for some sort of help, medical, food, water, you name it. And then over there, the police, scores of police officers, all concerned about one looter who's in that supermarket.
You did have people breaking the stores, some for survival and some for some felonious, deeds.
There seemed to be, in general, two classes of looters. There was the looters who were taking things that I would think are very understandable, food, water, clothes, socks, T-shirts, whatever, what have you. And then there were people who had, assembly line operations coming out of the electronics department.
He had one guy, also told me they took a 60-inch TV and they threw it in the water and they thought it would float and it sunk to the bottom. you know, which was crazy. I mean, you know, one of those flat screen TVs, you know, they're not really heavy, and I guess he thought he could float away on it. You know, I mean, it was crazy.
So we get off on Chapatulas, and Terry Troncalli, our editorial page editor, says, well, we can go to my house. She lives uptown. I know where she lives. Let's go there and kind of set up a base, and we'll report from there. I head up Chapatulas. Before we even get to her house, I drive right in to the Walmart looting.
There was basically traffic jams at the doors with looters trying to get out with their loot and other looters trying to get in.
So we go in, and we report this story, and a couple of my reporters, Mike Pearlstein and Brian Teveno, had the guts to walk right up to these cops and say, what are you doing?
I'm doing my job.
A photographer, John McCusker, took a picture of a cop coming out with an armload of DVDs, which didn't strike us as necessary equipment for the hurricane.
No doubt there was looting going on in town, but that is by far the #1 crime that occurred. But just as true is that the vast, vast majority of people needed help.
Ed, if you could explain, at what point was it obvious that the conditions in the Superdome were deteriorating to the point that everybody was going to have to eventually leave?
The running water stopped, and then no sewer, and then with all that humidity and heat, and body heat, and that's creating all that internal humidity in there. So think of all those things together.
It's crazy, man. I'm seeing some strange shit up in here. All the bathrooms got shit flooding everywhere to the top, man. Nasty already. You know, it's been real crazy up in here, man.
It was like being in a sewer. It truly was like being in a live sewer because there was nowhere else to go. Everything was backed up. Things were overflowing. People were hot. They were agitated. They were irritated. Special needs people were very, very sick. As time went on, of course, people who came in died. It was a horrific time. It was something truly that you never would think would happen in America.
There was no way for you to take a bath. There was no way for you to brush your teeth. There was no way to change clothes. No food. So over at the arena, they had those little food that come in a box for the military. It was days that we didn't eat. No ice, no nothing. It was deplorable at that dome.
They had this brother named Radio, kind of big brother. You know, he was a spiritual brother too. You know, and he started clapping it up, you know, like for basketball games when the people just like, you know, clapping up and warming it up. It just was a spirit. It was a big, big, big spirit. And this was one of the proud moments, you know, for us because, you know, as he started clapping it up, you know, people just started shouting out praises. He was like, we have to do something. I'm gonna let it shine, everywhere I go. I'm gonna let it shine. We went around the dome and we started singing, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. And to explain it, it was powerful because it was a sad time. You didn't know what was gonna happen, but you only had faith in God. You know, and we gave him the glory and we marched around the dome and the people was coming from the inside of the dome and they was joining in. And after we marched around one time, we go on the outside. At that time, I felt the movement. Like the civil rights movement, and it was real powerful. It was like powerful when you watch a movement like that. After that march, you know, things kind of settled a little bit.
By Wednesday, we realized that floodwaters weren't going to be going down anytime soon.
Meanwhile, across the street neighbor, the cab driver, well, he'd run out of food and water because all his kitchen stuff was downstairs, so he had like a half a thing, and he couldn't make it anymore, so he came busting out of his house and he swam across. And he just about didn't make it, and I kind of had to jump in a little bit and grab him and pull him out. Got him hydrated with a little bit of ice I had left, made a cold drink, got him outside. And we were just talking about, how crazy this all is and, what are we gonna do? And also on the radio, they were having reports that they were rescuing people, but they were bringing them to the Superdome or the convention center, or they were sticking them on some expressway ramp somewhere. I never did find out where that was. But, they were just saying it was god-awful. There were thousands of people, and they have no food and water, and there's, no police or no military presence or something to help and all that, and these people are stranded.
I heard advertising on, I think it was Q93, they were advertising that they were doing pickup points at various points on I-10 and 210. So I got my lantern, a few supplies that I needed, and I started swimming through the water and wading through the water to get out to the pickup point. I got to the pickup point where the I-10-210 split was, and they had already had some commotions going on with people, a little fidgety from waiting. There have been people that have been waiting there since the day after the hurricane. I ended up waiting about 6.5 hours before they finally got the buses running to take people to Southern University.
Let me tell y'all something. We've been on this bridge about 5 fucking days.
Most of them are black and poor, America's underclass, the real victims of what has become a human storm.
During the event, or right after the event, we were rescuing lots of people using lots of different resources. And they would leave people on the interstates to go complete the rescue missions and get other folk. And for the most part, individuals were left on those interstates for several days with little water, little food. We started to get a sense from people at the convention center and on those interstates that they were getting tired of just sitting, so they wanted to walk across the Crescent City Connection, which is the Mississippi River Bridge, to meet the buses that were supposedly coming.
So we started walking up the highway, and we passed all these people and got up towards the bridge. And when we weren't, when we were in shouting distance of the bridge, all of a sudden there was a line of, guns across the bridge. We yelled back at them that they told us we could walk out of town. And they said, turn around. So we're like, okay, men with guns, we turn around now. So
It's interesting how things kind of broke down because the president of Jefferson Parish, we got parishes here instead of counties, declared Jefferson Parish Jeffersonia and blatantly said on the radio that they were not going to allow anybody from Orleans Parish to cross the parish line to get out. They were going to put armed police there, and they were going to turn you back at gunpoint.
This was Jefferson Parish police lined up with shotguns, would not let us cross that bridge, made us go back. A guy told me that Harry Lee said that that wasn't his police officer. If that wasn't his police officer, I'd like to know who it was.
People were walking. There were elderly people walking. There were people who were injured. There were people who had driven through, who had been carjacked on the way, just seeking refuge, who could not get through and who were told by their own government that they were not allowed in.
The convention center was completely accessible the whole time. You come over the bridge and it's right there. It's like the Manhattan Bridge in New York. It's as if people were at Metro Tech in Brooklyn and people were in Manhattan saying, can't we just cross the bridge and help those people? And they said, no, you can't, while people were going out. Then when the people took the initiative themselves to walk out, they were met by, these redneck cops in Gretna saying, turn back.
I can give you that take on the Gretna Bridge thing. It wasn't an isolated incident. I'm going to tell you that during that storm, the national media reported rampant rumors that have now turned out not to be true. And man, they were flying all over the place and nobody could verify them. One of the rumors was there was a hostage crisis at Children's Hospital. That wasn't true. One of the rumors was that there was a jailbreak, right? And that all the guns, from all the gun stores had been looted, right? So people were terrified. African Americans and whites were terrified, on the street. So in my estimation, that Gretna thing was a way overreaction to rampant rumors that were being pushed in the mainstream media.
They were calling the people who were trying to cross in they were calling them thugs. And in today's language, we know that when people are referred to as thugs and looters, that they were clearly talking about the African American citizens of New Orleans who were trying to escape. It was a race thing. I don't know how anyone could see it as anything but that.
Well, I thought that I lived in America until shortly after Katrina, and the Crescent City connection was blocked off from people being able to walk freely on the United States soil. Very disheartening, unacceptable. I hope that the lawsuit is successful for all of those involved. There's no question that the officials there were wrong, absolutely wrong, and they need to be reprimanded accordingly. It was unjust, it was inhumane, and unacceptable.
Late afternoon in the sky over New Orleans, and a moment of life and death is unfolding. Here, a helicopter rescue brings relief. A child is plucked from the wreckage. One little life saved. Today's evacuees have survived for 3 days without food or water. Some just stare into space. Everything they knew is gone. This is now the biggest domestic relief operation by the military in America's history. Thousands are making it out of the city. Many who couldn't get out in the initial rush have been crowding onto buses.
We wound up underneath that overpass with a handful of not niggers, but animals. They were dead set on a handful of people leaving. They jammed us up against the fences and everything else to keep us from being evacuated.
I really thought I was going to die under there. I thought that I was going to die. I thought I was going to be killed or something else. There was fighting, there was drugs, there was alcohol, there was everything going on there, and there was not enough people to take care of the people.
The first time I came back to New Orleans was the Thursday after Katrina, and like everyone, we were not sure what to expect. So we were sort of loaded, 9mm shotguns, the whole thing.
How many guns do you have?
Well, I had a 9mm and 2 shotguns, but all I had to do was get to the house and I had a couple of more.
Yo, were you looking for Bin Laden?
No, I wasn't, but I wasn't sure what I was going to find here.
I mean, it was like I drove into shooting and looting and carrying on, and the buildings were burning, and I could see the dome, and the dome, you know, the roof was ripped off of it, and the hotels and businesses, the high-rises, all had the curtains blowing out, and the windows were there, and there was a church's chicken down the corner, and it looked like it was on fire. And I mean, you know, I kind of stopped in the middle of the neutral ground, and you take that in because you're just not ready for that. You're just not ready, like, think, you know, it's all screwed up. And while I was there, they had some kids coming over, and they managed to grab the car door, and they were opening it up. I didn't see it because I was too busy looking in, but my dog saw it, and he jumps over me, and he's just flipping out, and complaining and barking and growling. And I think it scared him, because I turned around and I looked, and it was like 4 or 5 kids, and they had pipes and everything else, and I think they were getting in on all of that crazy.
We walking down the street, which is in Algiers, and I'm talking to my cousin. I had a bottle of water in my hand, and I'm talking to him, and we talking about different things, and before you know it, I heard a boom, a blast. My body lifted up in the air, and I hit the ground. And my cousin, he was standing over me. You know, he was howling, and he was hollering my name and asking me if I was okay. And he was hysterical at this time, and he looking at the blood, you know, on my shirt and my arms. I looked up and I saw a white guy with a white T-shirt with a shotgun in his hand coming toward me. So I managed to get up. Like I said, by the grace of God, I managed to get up, and they had some debris in the street. So when I turned away from the guy, he coming toward me with the shotgun, looked like he was trying to reload. So as I turned away from him, I jumped over the debris, and I heard another bang. And some of the buckshots caught me in my back, and I hit the ground again. And this is the buckshots from the shotgun. And this is the incision from the surgery, from the buckshots that penetrated my neck and hit my jugular vein.
Usually, disasters like this
bring out the best in everybody. And that's what we expected to see. And now we've got people that is bringing out the worst in. And we're going to restore law and order. We are not going to put up with the kinds of things that we have heard. These troops know how to shoot and kill, and they are more than willing to do so if necessary, and I expect they will.
We never could find clear evidence that the city was totally out of control. We know there was some looting going on. We knew that there was a little bit of that activity. I kept trying to get information, solid information, through the state police, and that's the law enforcement agency that I depend on. They were here, they were working with the city police, and they could not verify those reports.
We got food and water all the way. Get it first, I wouldn't lie to you, I got this food and water here first. We got medical attention all the way. We do everything we can to get you out here safe.
What I'm trying to do right now is save people's lives. I'm trying to get these people out of this convention center. You know, I don't get involved in the bureaucracy because I'm a police chief. I am someone who tries to protect and serve the citizens of this city. I need somebody to get me a cruise boat or some type of boat, a cruise ship, or some kind of ship, so I can put my people in some comfort, so I can help the people. We have people in the police department who have lost their families and they have not gotten out of this fight. I didn't know where my daughters were at for 2 days and we endured. I'm so tired of this, but it's finally almost over. That's it, I don't talk no more.
Now I'll tell you about Eddie Compass. This dude is from the Levee housing projects. He's a street cop. And he's a very emotional type of dude. And when you talk to him, he gets amped up. You know, I think his emotions, I think he was just emotional under the circumstances. This is his city. His wife was 8.5 months pregnant. He got caught up in the whirlwind. And I guess he, lost some of his composure.
And what Eddie was trying to do was tell the truth, because there had been nobody trusted police. His view was, I'll tell you everything you want to hear. Unfortunately, he was spreading rumors and started becoming a celebrity, a media star, and couldn't love to be on with Dr. Phil and Oprah Winfrey. And on those programs, he would exaggerate the problems, such as, hundreds of helicopters being shot at by looters and babies being raped in the Superdome.
And that's the scene they keep showing. They raping babies.
That just didn't happen. Now, I don't know why he was doing that. Maybe it was to draw attention to how much the city needed help, but it had a very negative impact on our city. And I got family all over the place, and they're contacting me via email, and they think like this is just the end of civilization down there.
There were reports of rapes and children being raped. And I even got a report at the Ritz-Carlton when my daughter was a concierge that my daughter was raped, and it tore me up. And what happened was some individuals tried to break into the Hyatt Regency, to the Ritz-Carlton, but the police were there, and they fought them back. And so my daughter wasn't harmed. But by the time the word got back to me, you tell one person who tells one person, tells one person, they told me, and the person that relayed the information to me, they were so distraught when they told me, I just thought they were telling the truth. It was really difficult. And I guess, in hindsight, I heightened people's fears by me being the superintendent of police reporting these things that were reported to me. But there was really no way for me to check definitively. So instead of erring on the side of caution, saying nothing, I didn't want people to think that we were trying to cover anything up. So I reported these things without being substantiated, and it caused a lot of problems.
I'm not looking forward to this trip. I got a feel for it when I flew over before. For those who have not, trying to conceive what we're talking about, it's as if the entire Gulf Coast were obliterated by the worst kind of weapon you can imagine.
You had to have your heart broken if you love this country and watch the slow federal response to Katrina. You had the specter of the President of the United States seeming, first off, he was totally not curious. He goes to San Diego and gives a speech in Iraq and comparing it to Japan after World War II, and barely mentions Katrina, and then starts doing a giddy air guitar skit on the stage there.
Which is almost like pouring salt in the wound. And then when he finally addressed it, he said that he had not been informed.
First of all, the government did know, had been amply warned by agencies, by people who are meteorologists, people who study weather patterns, that this catastrophe was headed towards the Gulf region and that it had a capacity to be bigger than anything else the region had ever experienced.
Everyone, let's go ahead and get started. It's noon. We have a lot of business to cover today.
If the really strong winds clip Lake Pontchartrain, that's going to pile some of that water from Lake Pontchartrain over on the south side of the lake. I don't think anyone can tell you with any confidence right now whether the levees will be topped or not, but that's obviously a very, very grave concern.
I do want to thank the good folks in the offices of Louisiana and Alabama and Mississippi for listening to these warnings and preparing your citizens for this huge storm.
So there was information. Why the government of the United States, and particularly Bush, decided not to respond and not to pay attention to that, I think was based upon a host of reasons. First of all, the arrogance of power, huge arrogance on the part of the government. It didn't mean that much to other things that were capturing his attention and that he thought was far more important. And when it did finally happen, he just felt that the people who were caught in this terrible tragedy were, first of all, socially of no importance, and certainly racially of no importance as well.
There's going to be plenty of opportunities to help later on. But right now, the immediate concern is to save lives and get food and medicine to people so we can stabilize the situation. Again, I want to thank you all for, and Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job. And Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job. And Brownie, you're doing a heck of a job.
I'll never forget turning on television and seeing the interviews when George Bush was saying, "Good job, Brownie." And then they flipped to the screen with George Bush flying over, looking out of the airplane at the devastation below.
And he needed to have put his boot heels on the ground, to have touched the floodwaters, to have smelled the death. Lyndon Johnson in 1965 came down to the Ninth Ward, and in the pitch blackness of night, in his awkward Texas way, had a big old flashlight with him, and went out there and put a flashlight on and said, "This is your president, I am here." In some ways, that's a funny LBJ story, but what Johnson was saying is, we care. I represent the American people, and you may have lost your home, you may have lost all your heirlooms, but we care. You mean something to us.
How could it be that in a country that's supposedly the richest country in the world, where the 82nd Airborne are prepared to be anywhere in the world in a day and a half, where we were in the region Sri Lanka where the tsunami hit in less than 2 days, here we are, day 4, day 5, and the federal government still had not made it to New Orleans.
You were unaware of the situation at the convention center till yesterday. When yesterday did you become aware?
I think it was yesterday morning when we first found out about it. We were just as surprised as everybody else. We didn't know that the city had used that as a staging area. That shows how difficult communications are.
FEMA's been on the ground for 4 days, going into the 5th day. Why no massive airdrop of food and water? In Banda Aceh, in Indonesia, they got a food drop 2 days after the tsunami struck.
We're feeding those people in the convention center. We have fed over 150,000 people as of last night. That is happening.
But I guess the point is, as of last night, sir, forgive me, I have to stop you here.
What we're hearing is that we're hearing people's frustration. There are people that are beginning to manifest themselves out of the community that we didn't know that were there.
Why are you discovering this now? It's 5 days that FEMA's been on the ground. The head of police says it's been 5 days that FEMA's been there. The mayor, the former mayor, putting out SOSs on Tuesday morning, crying on national television saying, please send in some troops. So the idea that, yes, I understand that you're feeding people and trying to get in there now, but it's Friday. It's Friday. It was baffling to me how you could have what was at that point a sort of official estimate of 50,000 people at the convention center and not know about it and have no idea. The other thing that was surprising to me was that he seemed to have no intelligence. At one point I said, how can we have better intel than you have? Because I have a research file prepared by my 23-year-old research assistant, a production assistant, and I'm getting better intelligence than you're getting? How is that possible? It was really baffling. I mean, it was really one of the more baffling interviews because they seemed so out of touch with the reality that I think a lot of people had been watching day after day after day.
Michael Brown is kind of a valet for the oil lobby. His specialty was doing junkets for the oil crowd. He'd get them a hunting lodge up in Wyoming where they could have 2 perfect weeks to get away. And so he slowly worked his way up the ladder in that way, and he was given FEMA, which is it's like giving somebody the ambassadorship to Luxembourg or something as a patronage.
Who knew that Bush had appointed the head of the Arabian Horse Association to run FEMA?
New Orleans was on the hit list of 3 worst disaster zones: a terrorist attack in New York, earthquake San Francisco, breach levees in New Orleans. Instead, FEMA and Homeland Security treated the hurricane as if the levees never breached. They'd never understood that the complexities of a city 80% underwater, which is what happened to New Orleans by the end of that first week.
Michael Brown, and I never thought I'd live to see this day to defend Michael Brown, but he was scapegoated because Michael Brown was not the main problem. It was Michael Chertoff, who was the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Chertoff had the responsibility to name this an incident of national significance. Once he did that, that was the golden key to unlock federal resources to make sure that the federal government would respond to disaster. Since he didn't do that, Michael Brown's hands were tied.
In the Bush administration, I mean, if you go through each one of them and say, where were you when the golden hour came? Dick Cheney, fly fishing. You fail Karl Rove, nowhere around. You have Chernoff going to Atlanta on a disease prevention kick. I mean, you see Condoleezza Rice shopping.
What was Dr. Condoleezza Rice doing that looked very poorly? She was at Ferragamo's buying shoes. I think a white patron came up to her, maybe a white woman, and said, "How dare you?" While people are down there drowning. It was like the Sandman hook. Whoop! She got pulled off, brother. That was a mini Apollo stage, and she wasn't hitting it. So they pulled her off stage. Then she goes to Spamalot that night. And when the cameras frame her familiar figure, once the lights come on and they see it's Dr. Condoleezza Rice, boo, they began to boo her. And then the next day, she's hitting tennis balls with Monica Seles at a club. So Blahniks, Broadway, and balls are more important than black people who look like her for this woman from Birmingham.
I am an African American. I'm from Alabama. I can tell you that this response is not a response about color. This is a response about Americans helping Americans. Right? No American wants to see another American suffer.
We want help! We want help! We want help! We want help! We want help!
When you consider the situation, okay, if you wasn't rich, if you wasn't middle class, if you didn't have an Explorer, if you didn't have a car, right now I don't know what plan was put in place for those people to get out. And really, that's the real question. If it was a mandatory evacuation, and it was a mandatory evacuation, then that means that everyone had to leave. And those people who could not otherwise do for themselves, supposedly, the government was supposed to do for them. That's the responsibility and role of the government, to do for those otherwise who cannot do for themselves.
Nobody chose to go through what they did. If anybody would have known, God knows everyone would have left. But again, some people don't have the means. You can't keep evacuating. People don't have the funds. They don't have the places to go. They don't have vehicles. And they say that this was all available to people. That's crap.
The whole deal was a bad experience, man, but I think it could have been done much better. Okay, and it just, to me, you know, the city and the whole didn't do what they're supposed to do. Okay, and you got to fault the mayor.
All these people you see here down, it's your fault. No more.
Now, where the policemen at? Where the National Guard at to control all this?
I think we probably have evacuated 75 to 80% of the citizens out of this city. And normally people would say, well, if you can get 60% of the people out, you're doing a great job.
Ray Nagin was warned on Saturday night that this was the worst storm ever. The head of the National Weather Service said, you have got to get these people out of there. Ray Nagin consulted first with the business community. I found that remarkable. His first instinct was not to protect his own citizens, but to go out and protect the business community because he felt that if he faced the reprisals of the business community, he would lose his economic base. Understandable, but still lamentable.
He is supposed to be that first line of defense and organize the police department, the fire department, and all other emergency response folks. And if he didn't, there was a plan in place, but I'm not sure if he knew what was in the plan, to be quite honest. I'm not sure if he'd ever read it before.
I, Clarence R. Nagin, Jr., otherwise known as C. Ray Nagin.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution and laws of the United
Ray
States.
Nagin done what he can do. Ray Nagin's only a mayor. She's not no governor. He's not no vice president. He's not no president. He only have so much power.
You know, I voted for Nagin, and I think he was just confounded by the tremendous import of the problem here. You know, thing got on him. He should have gotten these people out of the city faster, but what else he was going to do but put them in the Superdome in the convention center? The pictures of these poor people with nothing to eat and without their clothes and people looting the city, I don't think he contributed all that. It's easy in hindsight to say what you would have done under the same or similar circumstances.
If I had to grade Mayor Nagin, I would say this. I would say there has not been a man in America that has been challenged the way he's challenged. Many people want to talk about Giuliani, but 9/11 was 16 square acres. This is 90,000 square miles. Giuliani went home every night. Giuliani had his police, his firemen, he had communication.
That's right. Rudy would have tramped out there in the midst of the storm and walked on water like Jesus. So the reality is that the entire city of New Orleans was flooded. So to his credit, Mr. Nagin attempted in the aftermath to get resources available for his city.
I'm not trying to be Rudy. I don't think I can be Rudy. I don't get the Giuliani pass, for a lot of different reasons, some good and some bad. The 9/11 situation was a very contained event. This event in New Orleans was totally different. You've never had a city totally devastated. You've never had a city with 80% of it underwater. You've never had a city with communications gone, with electricity gone, with the media for the most part gone because of fears of what was happening in the city. Well, you know, as I was dealing with the crisis right after the storm, there was two major flood events. The first one happened right after the storm happened with the Florida Avenue. And then, you know, right close thereafter, we had breaches at the 17th Street and the London Avenue. And we were in crisis. And everything that we did was basically to try and get as many people out, and then to put people in shelters of last resort, to basically allow them to spend a couple of days, and then we always thought the cavalry would come. State police, National Guard, the feds. And then after 2 or 3 days, you know, they didn't show up.
They were making promises to us that they were going to move us, and we've been believing in it, and people just really been getting frustrated at this point.
No red cross or nothing. We haven't had nothing. This is terrorism America. Help us.
To try to figure out why there was a slow federal response is still a puzzle to me. I look at that time, and it was so desperate. And as governor, I had thrown every asset that we had against the fury of the storm in the aftermath of the storm. We had 400 boats from Wildlife and Fisheries ready to deploy, in fact, deploying while the winds were still blowing 30 and 40 miles an hour. That's not real safe if you're a boater, you know that. But they were doing that because we understood there was going to be a big life-saving mission. We understood, though, as events unfolded, that that was not enough. And we continued to ask in every way possible to get more help.
What do you need right now to get control of this situation?
I need reinforcements. I need troops, man. I need 500 buses, man. When they're talking about you know, one of the briefings we had, they were talking about getting, you know, public school bus drivers to come down here and bus people out here. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is a national disaster. Get every doggone Greyhound bus line in the country and get their asses moving to New Orleans.
The interview with Mayor Nagin has some historic proportions, but primarily it was an accident. I had broadcast through the hurricane into the couple of days after the hurricane, and then taking a couple of days off to go find my family. And when I came back, I hadn't been listening to the news, and I just figured the president was here, the army was here, things were starting to turn around. And in my drive in, I listened to all of these public officials, the governor, parish officials, in hysteria. And when I got into the studio, I said, what the hell's going on? And they said, we don't know. And the mayor called in.
You know the reason why the looters got out of control? Because we had most of our resources saving people, thousands of people that were stuck in attics, man, old ladies. When you pull off the doggone ventilator vents and you look down there and they're standing in there in water up to their freaking neck, and they don't have a clue what's going on down here. They flew down here one time, 2 days after the doggone event was over, with TV cameras, AP reporters, all kind of goddamn, excuse my French, everybody in America. But I am pissed.
That was the moment I think we started getting help. And everybody else was being politically correct, racially correct, economically correct, class correct, and nobody had the balls to say what was happening. And until he did, nothing did happen. This is the thing that people have to understand, that America can no longer. I'm sorry. It's been a long few months. I'm sorry. You know, it's
I kind of went off, man, and after I did it, I said to myself, you know, I was really emotional. I said, man, I have really screwed up. This is the end of my business career, my political career, and maybe the CIA is going to swoop in here and inject me with something I don't know about, where in 2 months I'm going to be history. And I really believe that. And then, you know, after I kind of got over it, man, it kind of started the ball rolling. You know, Air Force One was something that was pretty amazing. You know, I've never been on what I'm calling a pimp mobile, man. This thing is incredible. It's like nothing you've ever seen. It's a penthouse in the sky. They called me and said, look, the president would like to meet with you. I said, look, I haven't taken a bath. I've been doing this military bathing thing. I haven't shaved. They said, no problem. We're going to set you up. Go on Air Force One. His brother from New York takes care of everything. He said, look, man, we're going to hook you up. Sent me to the back in the president's quarters. And, you know, I get in the shower, and, you know, he knocks on the door, said, Mr. Mayor, 5 minutes, they need you. And I'm like to myself, there's no way I'm getting out of this warm shower in 5 minutes. They're going to wait on me. And so he comes back and knocks on the door again and basically says, they need you, the president is waiting for you. So I took another 5 minutes and eventually got out. We have lunch on the plane with the president, senators and congressmen. Chertoff is there. Brown was there. The governor was there.
Mayor Nagin was still very upset about everything going on, very justly. And we were all upset. I mean, you know, let's be frank about it. None of us were happy and content.
Everybody's going around the room, and they kind of get to me, and, you know, I cut to the chase. I said, Mr. President, with all due respect, if you and the governor don't get on the same page, this thing is going to continue to degrade into something that's going to further embarrass the nation. So he and the governor went in another room. They had a meeting for about 15 minutes. Somebody came and got me and said, the president would like to see you. So I go in this room, this little private room, the governor's coming out.
said, Mr. Mayor, the governor and I talked. I took your advice. I offered her somebody who could run this thing and have ultimate authority, and she did not want to go in that direction, so I gave her 2 options. And he basically said, I'm sad to say that she said she needed some time to think about it.
I didn't say, give me 24 hours to decide if I want your help. I had said from day one, Mr. President, I need your help.
Well, you know, from my perspective, the big problem in this catastrophe was who ultimately had the authority to make the final calls. And the feds, the federal government, in my opinion, was dancing around this whole issue of state rights. And the state had to call the feds in for the resources that they needed. And the state was kind of hesitant in doing that because the governor wanted to look, you know, like she was in charge and in control. And that's what I'm talking about when I say there was this dance about a final authority. And people were suffering, and it was frustrating me.
Governor Blanco, I think, was in many ways angry at Nagin because Nagin, as a Democrat, backed the Republican Bobby Jindal when she ran for governor. He didn't think she had a chance to win, and he did in politics, which is one of those unthinkable things. He broke out and said, I don't want the Democratic candidate, I'm going to vote for a Republican, who was a great friend of the Bush administration, and so Nagin backed Bobby Jindal. Well, Blanco won, and she's harbored a great deal of animosity towards Nagin ever since.
I don't care what the political relationship is between a governor or a mayor. When there's a crisis, like a hurricane crisis or weather crisis, all political BS has to go to the side.
Ray Nagin, what happened? You dropped the ball. Then I would say the same thing to the governor. Ms. Blanco, what were you thinking about? You know, what the hell was going on? Then I would ask Bush, you're out of touch and you don't have a clue. You know, he's the type of person that gives C students all over the world a bad name.
And here he was in Biloxi, feeling the pain of some of the survivors. He's very good at this, but many feel he should have done it much earlier. Then the question that may well come to haunt him in his second term, the war in Iraq and Hurricane Katrina, the perfect storm.
What do you say to the people who say there's too much money being spent on Iraq and Afghanistan?
I just completely disagree. We've got a job to defend this country in the war on terror, and we've got a job to bring aid and comfort to the people of the Gulf Coast, and we'll do both.
I'll never forget, I went to one of the shelters in Shreveport, Louisiana, and I met a man named Daniel Webster. I will never forget him. And he was sitting there, and he said to me, he said, you know, Reverend, he said, my wife was wheelchair bound. When I heard the storm coming, I ran to the door, and I knew I was in trouble because I took my finger and I tapped the doorknob, and I tasted the water. It was salt water, so I knew that the waters from the river was coming. He said, so but before I could run back to where my wife was, I looked outside and saw my car floating. And before I could reach my wife, the door came off the hinges and water was everywhere. He said, I finally grabbed a chair and pushed her up to the roof of the house. And I held as long as I could, and I couldn't hold no longer. And I watched my wife's wheelchair just go with the flow and watch her drown as a tree branch held me for 12 hours. He said, the only thing I don't know is why God didn't just let me die. I have nothing to live for. These are the kinds of things we had to listen to. And then turn on the news that night, and George Bush and Michael Brown are talking politics. They didn't have information. They were waiting on reports. They could have done what we did. Go right there and talk to the people. Activate the National Guard. Activate the military. Oh, I forgot. They were in Iraq making democracy free for those abroad, while those at home had nothing.
I'm from Donna. 86. You have a heart condition?
The feeling that residents had about the National Guard and the state police and the visiting police, that they were in an armed, occupied city. I can't help but believe that that's the same way they treated people in any city that we go in and invade, you know, or, you know, Kosovo or wherever, I don't know. I guess maybe that's the way the Iraqis feel sometimes.
Good morning.
Yesterday was a good day. We made much progress in building our capability in the area of operation in Mississippi as well as in Louisiana.
The next thing that happened was I get this call, I need to meet this general. And he's at the heliport. So I walk in and I'm waiting, and his aircraft was a little late. And I'll never forget this as long as I live. This brother walks in the room, and he's got all these military guys around. And he's got this little tammy on, he takes his dark shades on, he gets his little pad and his pen. He said, all right, what we gonna do? What's going on?
Weapons down! Weapons down, damn it!
And they started giving him a bunch of BS, and he started cussing, and things started happening. And that's when things changed.
Put those damn weapons down! Not gonna play no games, goddammit! Get those goddamn weapons down!
The black John Wayne dude, General Honorary, is a bad man.
He was the guy that did it. He wasn't stuck on stuck.
I want that on the ground so the trucks can go get another load.
Yes, sir.
You can make that happen?
I can make it happen, sir.
You the man.
Yes, sir.
I'm depending on you.
I'm gonna make it happen.
All right, I got something for you at the end of this.
All right,
brother.
sir. Thank you.
The next 24 hours will be critical to us as we are trying to evacuate the 25,000 people at the convention center. This will be tough work, but we have the conditions set, and we will get that done. We'll continue to flow forces in and capability so we can sustain this operation and continue the enormous search and rescue mission that runs from I-20 to the Gulf Coast in Mississippi and in and around the greater New Orleans area. So we will do our best and continue to do that over the next 24 hours. Over.
Right now, we're being told that this is a convoy of food, possible food and supplies coming in, so we can slow down a little bit here, into the area of the convention center. Relief is finally arriving here on large National Guard or Army vehicles around the Superdome.
In the lines for the people to evacuate the Superdome, they had no direction or no clue of what was going on. You couldn't hear anything because there was no sound system. When you did get somebody was telling you, the men in one line, the women in one line, the family in another line, the elderly in another line. It was just so chaotic trying to get out of that dome because no one had any clue or direction how we were to get out the dome at the time.
The hotel, the Hyatt, is located right next to the Superdome. We're actually called the Hyatt Regency New Orleans at Louisiana Superdome. And, we were right in the vicinity, but it was like being miles away because there was water and everything else separating us from the folks at the dome. They evacuated all the folks from the dome, probably about 40,000 people, through the Hyatt. And we had no idea what to expect. The day that the folks were going to be evacuated from the dome through the hotel, I found out about it, and I was told that I would have National Guard, state and local police to do the security.
Because Grayling was afraid that the guys who were in there doing what they weren't supposed to do would fan out into the hotel, and it could be a problem.
So we were on our way to go and speak to this major, state police. When I saw this brother in a uniform, brother in a uniform, happened to be walking by. I said, excuse me, sir. I said, you with the National Guard? He said, yes, I am. I said, well, listen, this is what I need, man. I got a problem because the state troopers do, and I just started going off, right? And the brother said, wait a second. Stop, take a deep breath. Tell me what it is you want me to do. Tell me what I could do for you.
Well, in the meantime, the crew I'm with, we looking at each other like, okay, let's get these people out the dome, because Grayling didn't cut the deal. Him and the other folk, they didn't cut the deal. And the military created a line from the entrance of the Hyatt, from the entrance of the New Orleans Center, all the way through the Hyatt, all the way down to the Loyola Street door. And I mean a physical line like a chute.
We say, Mr. Banks, he said, well, let's do. So I dapped him off, dapped the brother off, give him a hug, and I had to call my mom because I saw the significance. I never told you his name. You know what his name was? Captain Christian. His name was Captain Christian.
And as they came through, the military was good and bad, because I guess as a trained soldier, you have to see things and act like you don't see it. You're oblivious to it. And for much pain, I mean, people were carrying people and dragging bags of clothes and crippled people and people bleeding. And I mean, it was just horrific conditions. Horrific conditions. Women, periods was down on them. They had shit on them, piss on them. Children were by themselves. You would have thought we were in the middle of a war and everybody took out running and hiding, and all of a sudden they were able to flee. And I saw that, and all I could do was cry and stand up there and feel helpless until I looked on the sidewalk and saw all of this water that the military had stacked up, and I began to bust the cases on the water and put a bottle of water in everybody's hand, just to give it some humanistic side. Not a lot, but something. I mean, we had to do something.
If he sees this, Captain Christian, I owe you one. Thank you, brother. Thank you. He looked out, man, and it was just the idea. When I told my mom, she said the same thing. She said, boy, Lord, have mercy. God is good.
My mother died September the 1st, and she had to stay out there in the heat for 4 days, because I left on the 4th. She was still there. I wanted to go and be with her. The National Guard told me I had to get on the bus, and they all had AK-47. He told me he was doing his job. I said, well, let me just go back there just to see her before I leave. He said, no, you're not going to do anything. You're going to get on this bus and stay on this bus. Just like that. So I had to make a decision whether to go against authority, get myself in trouble, or to just, leave it alone and I can handle it a little better later on, So I prayed to myself, and the voice within me told me just to get on the bus, don't do anything. Just stand still and watch my salvation.
Here we are in what's really the oldest part of the airport terminal, built in 1959, and today it's doing its normal function, which is being a quiet kind of waiting area before you go through security and go to your plane. A few shops are open and it looks pretty normal. But at the height of the evacuation, this was an entirely different facility. It was filled with people hoping to get out, hoping to get away from the disaster that was Katrina.
When we got here, we had blisters on our feet. So on top of the blisters, we stood for 15 hours. I counted them. There was a group called the ICE unit. They weren't here when we got here. They were brought in. And this was to keep order, because we were getting out of order. Because people were yelling, my child is dying, my mother is dying. We were getting out of order.
By day, the ticket lobby was filled with evacuees waiting, standing in line patiently, hoping to make that next flight. But as the day would come to an end, each night again, all of the folks in this lobby, we estimate in these two lobbies at peak, 8,000 people would have to find some place to bed down for the night.
Right now, no firm numbers on the number of people inside of this main terminal. About 4,000 is what they're guesstimating at this point.
The first week, we actually were in the studio. When the hurricane hit, we reported on it. We were on the air as it was making landfall. And then we went to New Orleans right after that. And then we got into the airport, and that was the real shocker. It was just full and full of people. Every hallway in this part of the airport, full of people. And then upstairs was the sort of hospital triage area. So what you had was a lot of really old people, either on gurneys or in wheelchairs or with canes, hooked to IVs. The stench was, unbelievable. It was just filthy. And so many people then, just went on and on and on.
They had to basically corral us in an area where there were children fainting, I had to keep coming in a cool area because I kept getting what I'm thinking were panic attacks, anxiety attacks, because there was no air. People were packed in here from this wall to over here. And when I say wall to wall, 4 or 5 times over, wall to wall.
The line was like 20 people wide, and it was just snaking through the entire airport, from the downstairs, through the upstairs, through the security.
Thankfully, despite the vast crowds, despite the uncertainty, despite all the pressure on all of these folks that all of them were feeling, we did not have any significant crime, any significant violence. It was an orderly process to, I think, everyone's amazement, and thankfully so.
And then it's like these checkout points to give a little sandwich and something to drink, and there's a cardboard box, and the guys go, just throw your guns there, you know, and
guns,
like,
knives,
no
whatever.
questions asked, just get rid of them. And all the way there was maybe 7 or 8 that kind of points, and they were actually, you know.
Yeah, they kept just yelling out the different things you couldn't take on the airplane, and it was a great list because it covered everything.
We finally got able to go to the door. Hour 15, we walked through the door. And I'm walking through the door like, okay, we're finally through this shit. You know, metal detector for what? We have nothing. What metal detector? Do you have any drugs on you? Do you have any? If I did, I'd smoke them. Fuck. But at any rate, we get through the door, so I'm like, I'm just like trying to get through the shit. She's standing there looking at me. What they call, I learned this in D.C., gritting on me. Like she wanted to fight, which is not a good thing. I mean, I don't know who I am, so when I whip your ass, I'm not gonna know who you are either. So I'm like, what the fuck are you looking at me like that for, right? So she's like, do we have a problem? Not fucking yet. I said, but come here, let me whisper something in your ear. I said, you know what? You're on your job, and I'm not on my job. I said, let's take this fucking shit outside. You know, you whisper something where nobody else can hear because I'm that angry where I just want to take you where nobody else can see you, fuck you up, and go on about my business. You know what I'm saying? Because you're standing here in air conditioning with a goddamn uniform on. Never mind how much they pay you, but the stupid-ass attitude behind it. We're out here suffering, and not just because your skin is black like mine, but some fucking sympathy, some compassion, empathy, anything.
They told us they thought it was going to San Antonio. So we got on the plane.
Called everyone. Hey,
yeah, we're trying to get
you know, pick up from San Antonio.
Yeah, does anybody have a friend in San Antonio?
We wanted to get up on the Dallas, Louisiana Shreveport welcome station where we got off the bus because we was too scared to go further.
Told my bus driver, I said, where are we going? He said, they didn't tell us where we were going. They had 56 buses that convoyed us to Muskogee, Oklahoma.
Then I realized they were trying to ship us off to Utah on an airplane. And I was like, no, I don't want to go to Utah. I want to go to Baton Rouge. No, you know.
We got on a plane and we didn't know where we were going. They didn't tell us where we were going until we actually got there and figured out, we saw a sign that said Texas, okay, and San Antonio at that.
So they took us up to Oklahoma. Oklahoma.
How long's the bus?
30 hours. 30 hours.
Some of my family's in Utah. Some of my family is in Colorado.
First place I headed, I made it to Tennessee. Slept there for a night. Then I went to some relatives of my girlfriend in Evergreen. Then I went.
Where's that?
Evergreen, Alabama.
We've been to Lafayette, Gonzales, Baton Rouge, South Carolina, Orlando.
And some went to Houston, some went to Baton Rouge, some went to Atlanta.
My mom was in Houston. My sister Phyllis was in San Antonio, Texas.
And then I went to Pensacola, Florida. Then I went back to Evergreen. And then I made it to Atlanta.
Some of them is in Houston, Texas. Some of them is in Fort Worth, Texas.
My Uncle James was on an Army base in Utah. My niece Alicia and her mother Carla, they were in Lafayette, Louisiana. Jahir and I were in New York.
They went to Lafayette. They went to Hammer, and the worst part about that, they were sending you where they won't send you.
They'd tell you, they'd say, I've got relatives in Atlanta. It'd be great if I get to Atlanta. Well, knowing what I knew, knowing that if they waited for the Atlanta plane, they might be there 2 or 3 more days, and whether they got to Dallas or Oklahoma City or wherever, they were at least getting back to civilization.
With the evacuation scattering my family all over the United States, I felt like it was an ancient memory, as if We had been up on the auction block.
Some people suggested that this was akin to slavery. Oh no, you're being hyperbolic. You're just engaging in all forms of racial inflammatory rhetoric. Calm down. Well, the fact is, they were treating them like slaves in the ship. Families were being separated. Children were being taken from their mothers and fathers. Those who were more weary and those who were more likely to be vulnerable were separated from those who were stronger. Babies literally ripped out of the arms of their mothers and fathers. The separation of the evacuation, where people lost sight and lost sound and lost sense of their loved ones.
You know, a lot of people have been asking us, what's it like now? And it's essentially a ghost town. I mean, choppers fly overhead as well, and it's relatively quiet. We wanted, though, to take a tour of a center that many people heard about, the convention center, to show you what it looks like right now.
The first thing you notice, the smell. It smells like, it smells like dead bodies. It smells like urine. It smells like people who've waded through sewage. The moment I knew
To make their way out of their houses.
how bad it was when I was covering the convention center. I was doing a story there. We walked through. And it was weird. There was just nobody there. It's empty, and everything's open, and it's just filthy. You know, all the garbage was still there. And as we walked back across the street from the convention center, which is a huge convention center, it goes on for blocks and blocks, dead guy.
Under this comforter, someone has covered up. It's a dead body, and at some point they'll figure it out and move it off.
2 days later, I come back to do a stand-up, same backdrop, dead guy, still there. And that, to me, was a sign of just how chaotic, I mean, that a dead man in the middle of the street in New Orleans, which is a major city, didn't merit being cleaned up and picked up because there were so many other priorities.
People stopped us because they knew we had Times Picayune written on the side of our truck, and they just wanted help. They were pointing out stuff. There's dead bodies up on top of the interstate. Is anyone going to come and get them? And I saw them with my own eyes. There were dead people. There were people, family members, had taken them up on the interstate because they didn't want to leave them in these houses, and they were laying there covered with blankets up on I-10, and no one's coming to pick them up.
It's a mess, man. Seen a lot of dead people floating. My buddy was over the gate around the corner. He swole up this big, man. His name was Eddie.
Blessed are the ones who sacrificed their lives to save us. You truly are dedicated. And blessed are the ones who cried your tears would not be wasted. And blessed are the ones who were lost and displaced, and whose houses were knocked off its foundation by winds and tidal waves. Cemeteries turned into mazes. Caskets coming out of their graves like there was in Texas and it was sitting sideways. Days for days from sin. Skeletal remains remain scattered and unclaimed, that's a shame. Bush said he accepted the blame, so tell me, why they playing games with the money trying to give us the change? Our neighborhoods are being reconfigured to be rearranged. Everything is strange, I know you can because I know I've been changed. The angels in heaven done. That unsigned my name, I proclaim, and Jesus done led me through the fire, the storm, the hurricane, and the rain. Broke off the chains, loosened up the hands, then kicked in the frame. You don't even have to remember my name. I told you I would be here. Some partners that I came. I'm leaving, but I'll be back again. Will you be there?
Father, in the name of Jesus, we come at you, our Lord, saying thank you. Thank you for being so kind with your mercy, your love, and your grace. Father, as we waved through the water, my mind thought about the song that my old ancestors used to sing, what I was raised up on. Father, as I walked through that water, all I could say was, Lord, wathing in the water, wathing in the water. God's going to trouble the water. Father, you troubled that water for our protection. And I want to thank you, Lord. I want to thank you for bringing us through that water. And as we wade, God, you was there bringing us over to destiny. And God, you so loving, kind, and merciful. We thank you for it, Master. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen, amen, and amen.
The Hade Brass Band is the people's band in New Orleans right now. Probably a week after the hurricane, I called Benny Pete on the phone just to check on him. And, you know, he said, Lee, you know, guys are everywhere. We lost our instruments, you know, we're not gigging. We're trying to get jobs right now. This is not what these guys should be doing. These guys should be playing music, not working, you know, in a bakery or a store. They should be playing music, you know. I talked to Benny and we decided to you know, we said we got to get the guys back together.
The Hade Brass Band, we come all the way from New Orleans by way of Katrina. It's a tradition in New Orleans. We do have a tip thing over there. I don't want everybody to get all excited and rush all at one time
and put something in this case, please take your time and hurry up.
We're back tonight, and we're in the capital city of the state of Louisiana, Baton Rouge. It's become the temporary home for thousands of refugees from the Gulf Coast. We're told 12,000 people are going to Tennessee. An estimated 20,000 are finding shelter in Arkansas. And more than 150,000 are now making their home in the state of Texas. And most of those brand new Texans, as you know, are in Houston.
The mayor of Houston is now saying that the number of New Orleans people arriving here could actually reach 200,000 by the time this is over.
When you think about the dispersal of black Americans across what now, 49 states, nearly every state in the union, even when they were received in open arms, think about Houston initially. It got kind of thick up in there.
In Houston's toughest neighborhood, police on patrol, trying to stem a rising tide of violence since 150,000 evacuees arrived from New Orleans. Police here say the vast majority of hurricane evacuees are honest citizens, but a small group of violent New Orleans criminals is now fighting for a share of Houston's streets. Evacuees are suspects in at least 15 murders here since September 1st. 18 murder victims had also relocated from Louisiana.
What amazes me is that people said, and even among black people, well, these New Orleans folk coming down here, oh yeah, Houston was a hotbed of civic politeness before they arrived here. There was no crime problem. I guess Scarface and the Ghetto Boys were just making all of that stuff up. Never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. Yeah, I guess that was a cartoon character. The point is that there was huge racial tension introduced as a result of this dispersal that very few people speak about.
I don't think it would be much different if it was, were to be people from Chicago come down to New Orleans, or New Orleans evacuees in any other major city. There's going to be a conflict. People are used to things a certain way. So now they're out there, struggling to survive. I think it would be tough for anybody.
For me to look at citizens in this country who were devastated by what happened in Katrina, thrown to the four corners of this nation, with no relationships, with no family, with no place to go, just be dropped off and then told to forage for yourself, is an overwhelming experience.
And they got us displaced, dysfunctional families all over, can't get in touch with them.
My grandmother and my uncle are still missing. We're still trying to find them. They're from New Orleans East.
These are my stepkids. I've been raising them since they was in Pampa.
I'm looking for my son, Arnold. I don't know where he is.
Mother's separated from her children. Where's my mother? Where's my grandmother? There's no way that anybody can get records on all that.
I don't know if you know what that's like, to go somewhere and you don't know where your friends are. You don't know where your family is. You've lost telephone communication because the cells are down, the towers are down. You can't call because the numbers don't work. And it was like that for months.
How do I feel about 1 million+ people being just thrown out of the place they've lived their whole lives? It's indescribable. I ain't got words for that. I never thought I'd live in a place where that could happen. And it stuns me to this day.
We just ship over here, go over there. And we're trying to keep some family strong here. And we depressed because we didn't start this situation.
That's right.
We stressed because we don't live in these kind of conditions.
You walk around the Baton Rouge Convention Center or the Houston Astrodome, and you hear an almost uniform outcry of where's the government, how could they do this to us?
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
I thought Kanye West was blisteringly brilliant, even as he stumbled toward his self-expression. He was nervous, after all. He's going off script.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Kanye West's comment was wonderful. I was just like, you can see, if you really look at it, he's like, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something, and I'm sure he was trying to think of something eloquent and wonderful and politically astute.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
When I went up to NBC, I hadn't planned to make a statement. I didn't know what I was gonna do. I read what they wanted me to read, and I felt like, at practice, I read the teleprompter, and I felt like it wasn't heartfelt enough. So I knew I was gonna speak from my heart. Don't put me in front of the camera if you don't want me to say how I feel.
And he said George Bush doesn't care about black people. Now, the amazing thing was to turn to Mike Myers, who was sitting there like a deer caught in the headlights. Mr. Mike Myers, Dr. Evil, couldn't even utter a word, inarticulate, rendered mum and numb.
After I said it, just everyone in the room was polarized. And like, it's kind of like I had to show myself to the elevator. And Mike Myers just looked at me and said, well, it is what it is. And there was a bar right across the street from here where we went to go have drinks right afterwards. Because it's one of those ones, you know, where you do something, you're like, oh shit, this might be the last drink we ever have.
My reaction was, A, he's talking for a lot of us. A lot of us felt that Bush didn't like black people. And I was happy because I've been very critical of a lot of the hip hop artists who have said nothing relevant, in many ways have said a lot of destructive things. I thought it was a breath of fresh air that at least somebody said something constructive and stood up for their people.
Well, when I was up there, I wasn't concerned about record sales. I wasn't concerned about sponsorships, about losing any sponsorships, which, I mean, we did. But I was more concerned about, you know, if I was in these people's shoes.
You can't even remember what was what hardly. There was a hotel right there.
People who follow hurricanes know that the primary amount of damage from a hurricane is from the northeast quadrant. And the northeast quadrant of Hurricane Katrina primarily affected Hancock and Harrison and Jackson counties in Mississippi. There was a ton of devastation along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, which a lot of times seems to go unnoticed by the media.
This is 2nd Street? Oh my God.
This is 2nd Street. Jay had been helping me move stuff out of my destroyed house, and I had actually borrowed a rental van. So we were shooting some video, and we got to the train tracks, which are literally about 150 feet north of my house, and the MPs stop us. So they tell me, no one can cross here, quote unquote. That was their exact words. You have to turn around. They told me I had to go this alternate route, like 15 minutes out of the way.
4 miles out of the way.
And then come back to my house.
So they wouldn't let us go down to my house because the vice president's going down there. Did you see that convoy?
Yeah.
Dick Cheney was down the street talking to people. So I was like, come on, Jay, let's go down there. And Jay was like, I think we're asking.
This is literally what, 150 feet from your house?
Yeah, I was thinking of what I was gonna say because, you know, everything that we had personally been through, and we'd been hearing reports of what was going on, you know, in New Orleans and everything, and just how completely incompetent the response was to this disaster.
No weapons here.
I remembered what he had said to Senator Levee from Vermont on the floor of the Senate when he had told him to go fuck himself. So I thought it would be poetic justice if I quoted the dick to the dick.
Go fuck yourself, Mr. Cheney.
Figure out what to do with...
After I said it the first time, he kind of looked at me and everybody was like, what? And what was that? I can't believe I just heard that. And then, so I was like, well, I better say it again just to make sure they heard it.
Go fuck yourself.
Are you getting a lot of that, Mr. Vice President? And it's the first time I've heard it.
And then I saw the guy who had wanded me down, and I waved at him and told him to have a nice day. And I walked back to my house.
Basically, you told the Vice President to go fuck himself, man, in front of about 100 media.
He says it to people in Congress, and then he wants to come down here to make a photo op for himself to try to make himself look cool or whatever. This is how we feel. Look at this. House after house. Nothing. Decimation. Where was FEMA? 3 days after the storm, when everybody was dying in New Orleans.
It's taken him 2 weeks, but today the president finally ventured into the center of New Orleans for his first close-up look at this abandoned, devastated city. People here won't forget that initially he stayed on holiday while New Orleans was drowning. But the floods have already done the damage to New Orleans and to the president.
Good evening. I'm speaking to you from the city of New Orleans. Nearly empty, still partly underwater, and waiting for life and hope to return. Throughout the area hit by the hurricane, we will do what it takes. We will stay as long as it takes to help citizens rebuild their communities and their lives. And all who question the future of the Crescent City need to know there is no way to imagine America without New Orleans, and this great city will rise again.
When the president came here in New Orleans, I passed my office building where I practice law, lit up like a Christmas tree. I'm like, oh man, the power's back on. We're gonna be back in business. We'll be able to, this is all right, man. I'm calling my brothers. The power's back on in our building. So the next morning, I go to the office fully expecting to be able to turn on, you know, the light. The lights are all off. No power. What happened? What happened? What happened was they needed to create a media event for the president. They wanted to make the city look like it was coming back together. And I make that point because that's the game that's been played with us.
It is the day-to-day struggles that still consume those living at ground zero of America's worst natural disaster and kept most from watching President Bush's speech from Jackson Square.
He did say last night he
took responsibility for
it.
2-3 weeks into the game, it's a little late to be taking responsibility.
When you're in a ship at sea and somebody screams man overboard, you got to move and go save the man overboard. The Bush administration was, oh, a lot of people overboard. Well, let's check with the lawyers what we should do and who's going to foot the bill. What will FEMA pay for this, or will this come out of the state of Louisiana's budget?
President Bush can kiss my ass. The United States government can kiss my ass. St. Bernard Parish can kiss my ass, even though there's not much left. But there's enough to kiss.
The whole way the president and the Congress and the world is treating us is so frightening because it truly could kill the city. And I guess if you could kill this city, you could kill any city.
And they're not doing nothing for the Katrina victims. Not the blacks anyway. I've been here in New York, be 2 months on the 16th, and I'm still in a hotel. FEMA not doing anything for us, and the Red Cross have pulled out.
Tens of thousands of hurricane evacuees will be forced to move once again. Now the FEMA says it will no longer foot the bill for their hotel rooms after this month. Many of them say they cannot pay for the rooms on their own.
FEMA, in the wee hours of the night, put 900 people out of the hotel.
So I don't know if 2 weeks I'm gonna be homeless or what I'm gonna be.
It's just horrible. It's horrible. The aftermath, to me, is worse than the actual levees breaking, because at least you know you've survived with your life, but getting back on track, it's almost like you're stuck.
Thanksgiving was a gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching situation. Most of them have had Thanksgiving dinner with their families for many years. They have never been away from home. And it just broke my heart to listen to them talking about how tough it is. Everybody crying, everybody saying, I want to go home, but I have no home to go to. They wanted to really be in New Orleans. They wanted their family members.
It's Christmas holidays now. It's the day after Thanksgiving, Black Friday, as they call it. It's black for me because that's all I see right now is black, because everybody's Christmas shopping but us. Everybody's having family dinners but us. I couldn't even eat yesterday because my mom's in Texas, my sister's in New York. My family's completely gone. I have my husband, I'm glad for that, but it's not the same. And I'm not leaving New Orleans, Louisiana, because I was born here in 1963 on December 24th. And this is where the fuck I'm gonna die at. Whether you try to drown me or I die naturally, I'm gonna stay here until the end.
People in New Orleans stay here. Culturally, we stay here. We don't venture further than the city. It's always hard to get people to leave.
I want to go back home because that's where I was born and I wanted to stay there all my life. And I still want to visit other places, but that's my main place, New Orleans.
There's a lot of people from New Orleans. We so sick, we don't even know what to do. We don't even know where to go. We so used to New Orleans, we born and raised there. Where are we gonna go? You know, I mean, we like, you know, they had the nerve to call us refugees.
Tens of thousands of refugees.
Refugees. For an untold number of refugees.
They're refugees.
Refugees.
Refugees. The Superdome is refugee ready.
It's a very strange thing to see people that look like people you know, or see people that look like people in your family on television, and they're being talked about as if they're refugees or homeless people. And that was hard to take.
When I heard they call us refugees, I couldn't do nothing but drop my head. Because I see I'm a United States citizen of America, call me a refugee.
What kind of shit is that, man? Refugees. They were referring to when this thing first happened, people leaving New Orleans. They were refugees. Damn, when the storm came in, that blew away our citizenship too? What, we forgot we wasn't American citizens anymore? What kind of shit is that? In the media and people on the street, refugees. I thought that was folks that didn't have a country, man, that didn't have anywhere, you know?
We are calling on the media to stop calling them refugees. These are American citizens that in most cases were very viable taxpayers. And the inference, the connotation of refugees is like they are some others from somewhere lost needing charity. I think the most shocking display of insensitivity that I saw was when Barbara Bush, the former First Lady, the president's mama, let's put it straight up, is touring the Houston Astrodome with her husband, former President Bush, and former President Clinton. And in the height of insensitivity, if not just outright bias, she says, well, these people are living better than they ever did. Some of them, it ended up good for them. They ended up making out all right.
What I'm hearing, which is sort of scary, is they all want to stay in Texas. Everybody is so overwhelmed by the hospitality. And so many of the people in the arenas here, you know, we're underprivileged anyway. This is working very well for them.
I mean, and Clinton says nothing, Bush says nothing. We have had black leaders denounced by the U.S. Senate for less. This woman acted like this was some kind of social upward mobility.
My phone number is 504-919-8699. Tell her, call me and say that shit. Who's better off and why? How?
As you say, our poor, everything I got it honest. You are rich. How did you get there?
504, and I ain't Mike Jones, I'm Phyllis Montana LeBlanc. Call me, 504-919-8699, New Orleans area code. My phone works now.
She's the present mama of America, and that's what she thinks of the citizens of New Orleans. So you wonder why he was slow in responding? Well, if he talks to his mother, he was doing us a favor.
This is such a rich country, it always has the money to do what it thinks is very important. If we want to put a man on the moon, if we want to go to Mars, we find the money. We want to fight a war in Iraq, which costs billions of dollars every month, we do it. You know, it's really a question of priorities and what we think is important.
Martin Luther King Jr. said, don't flip a coin to me as a beggar and expect that to do. That's generosity. That's charity. King said, when you're on the Jericho Road, don't just help the brother on the Jericho Road. That's good, but that's charity. He said, here's justice. Ask why it is on the Jericho Road, the guy still keeps getting mugged. Not only him, but other people. He said, pretty soon you've got to transform the Jericho Road. That's what we got to do in America. So this dispersal of black people only highlights the degree to which we failed to transform the Jericho Road.
Oh my God, this is beautiful.
Kathy Phipps signed a lease on a house that means a lease on a new life.
Oh, bless your soul.
She's moving into a community that's embracing her with open arms. When we first met Kathy, she was a hurricane evacuee, surprised to find herself in Utah.
Utah?
She learned her kids made it to a shelter in Texas.
Mama's right here. I'm safe and I'm alive. I'm not dead. I'm coming to get you.
And Kathy was reunited with her 8-year-old daughter and her 11-year-old son. Kathy had made a huge decision.
We got him.
She'd take her kids with her to the state that embraced her. The mountains of Utah are a long way from the bayous of Louisiana.
Look like I done went through this hurricane and came to heaven.
Heaven is a 4-bedroom house on a pristine cul-de-sac in the aptly named community, Pleasant Grove.
Oh, this is a new beginning for me. And this is what I've really been dreaming of for my kids, you know.
I think people have
made a lot of money from keeping an underclass in New Orleans. And now, those people who were in that underclass are now in Atlanta and Houston and Dallas and starting to say, well, I got better opportunities here, and the schools are a lot better here.
My sister Catherine is relocated to Houston, Texas. It's Catherine, my mother, and my nephew, Nicholas. Nicholas is 9 years old. He's autistic, nonverbal. So they can't stay here because there's no hospitals in the local New Orleans East area. He's absolutely doing wonderful out there with the schooling. He's getting close to starting to actually say words now, like mama or whatever. But when I talk to her every day, because I talk to her and my mom every single day, 7 days a week, at least 5 to 10 times a day. You can hear the want, they want to come back, but there's nothing to help them to survive here. So my family is in Texas.
And I'm not sure where New Orleans is going to go from here. You know, it was bad. We're starting at -12, and I don't know how we're going to get to 3. You know, I really don't know what's going to happen. I honestly think that I'm hoping that people who had the mind to work and were trying to just give themselves a better opportunity and a better situation in life, I hope that they don't come back.
My Uncle James is still in Utah. He said they're giving him everything, free rent, an apartment, a new TV.
My roots are tied firmly into this place. My parents and grandparents are buried here. So this is really my home. But it's hard to stay in a place that you feel that don't really want you to be here.
I don't want to even be under their jurisdiction. I don't want to be under the, you know, the leadership of no one in New Orleans or Louisiana or nothing.
And I don't think I'll ever come back. There's nothing here for me.
They don't care about us here, so, you know, I got to do the next best thing for me and my family, which is move on.
If they wanted us in New Orleans, they wouldn't have tried to drown us and kill us. So I'm not going back so they can finish it off.
Post-Katrina, I think we're doing a horrible job with respect to getting people home. It's very attractive for them to stay in those places like Houston and Atlanta and Memphis. But there comes a time where folks were like, well, wait a minute, we were just doing this out of the goodness of our hearts as Americans who care about Americans. When are you going to take care of your people? And what are you doing, Louisiana, New Orleans, to bring your people home?
People have been dispersed to 44 different states around the United States with one-way tickets. And there's no clear discussion and debate other than myself having with Washington about how we get folk back.
The question I've asked FEMA over and over again, my husband has asked FEMA over and over again, why don't you give them a ticket back home? It could be a voucher, you know, that they can't cash it for anything else, but at least give them the option of coming back.
Pre-Katrina, the murder rate was approaching 200, with African-American males killing each other over this city day in and day out. 4 or 5 people getting killed sometime a night in the same house. The school system was one of the worst in the nation. Our poverty rate was double that of every major city in the country. The wages for the common man was below the national average. The wages for professionals was even below national average.
New Orleans is different only in that 67 to 70% of people there are African Americans, and that a very large proportion of African Americans are living in a situation which violates, in my terms, it really violates human rights in a wealthy country like the United States.
A lot of people are speculating about the crime returning in New Orleans. And I don't think that there's more crime, and people are pointing towards the proportion of the population. But what we're seeing is it's about as same as it was. I think some people had that brief 2-3 weeks where it was calm, and they figured, you know, the trash is out of the city. You know, the storm came and swept the trash out of the city. But what they failed to realize is I'm trying to figure out, you know, why they ever imagined this new New Orleans.
Early Saturday, 5 teens were murdered in a storm of automatic weapons fire on a city street just blocks from the central business district. Among the dead, Mona Lisa Hunter's 2 sons.
I don't care what they say, drugs, retaliation. They didn't deserve this.
Right. We've had enough.
So today, an angry mayor of New Orleans asked for and got several hundred National Guard soldiers and additional state police officers to try and stem the rising tide of violence.
This is our line in the sand.
We are saying we're not going any further.
In a city still pleading for residents to come home, the sell gets tougher when crime seems to be returning faster than people.
And the African American crime on African Americans, particularly young black men, is a direct result of the educational system, in my opinion. If you don't give young brothers the opportunity to better themselves individually and then also tend to their families, then it's going to continue to be a vicious cycle.
This educational system was just killing the city. Young brothers were dropping out in the ages of 14, 15, and 16. At a very early age, they were just checking out, and then they would get into, you know, the activity that we all wish they never would. Breaking news, the National Guard is called into New Orleans. No, not because of Katrina, not because of national disaster, because of the crime rate. It's hard for me to imagine, after everyone surviving Katrina, now the city is being brought down by criminals, and it's so bad you have to call in the National Guard, for Pete's sake?
Whether rhyme or crime, I'm gonna get mine, as Tupac said. In the city of New Orleans, no. When you have a 60% dropout rate, 55% dropout rate in the city, in the public school system, 90 of 116 schools have been deemed failures. I mean, what options do you have?
We were in a system of decline because the state revenue was so low, we were not able to support our schools sufficiently to ensure that every child got a quality education. We didn't support our teachers. Our schools weren't air conditioned. Our bathrooms were unsanitary.
It was dysfunctional in every single way that you could imagine it being dysfunctional. They hadn't been able to produce an accurate financial statement for more than 5 years. They had FBI agents actually stationed at the school system headquarters, which is quite the rarity. But the superintendent had decided that it was so out of control that he was just going to open the doors and let them in, let them have anything they wanted.
We've lost children. We can't, in Orleans Parish, we've gone down to 1/6 of the previous population, so we can't fund education here at a time when it's so critical in the redevelopment of the community until we get children. And children don't come until they have a place to live and parents have a place to work. And sometimes it's like the dog wagging its tail.
More African Americans got dispersed than whites. The issue gets to be how you bring everybody back home, give them an opportunity to get back, but to be safe, to really fix a neighborhood so that it's safe and it's sustainable, so that the schools work. Now, this is not going to be easy, and it's going to take a long time.
We have to get the black people who lived here before, we had to give them back. We got to get them back. And we're not going to get them all back. But we have to at least offer them a chance to get back. And by that I mean something to come back to.
The roots run deep here, that there's music and food that are unlike any other place in the world. Very, very special. You don't walk away from that.
Without black people, New Orleans would be a bad version of even Disneyland. I mean, the history and culture of New Orleans comes out of the suffering, the creativity of black people. And to have a New Orleans without black people would be to have nothing.
We had social and pleasure clubs that dress out in streamers and nice suits, gator shoes with fans and dove hats and things like that, and it ain't gonna be the same.
New Orleans is a cultural gem, a unique place where you could say only in New Orleans, from the cuisine, the music, the Mardi Gras Indians, the people, just the way we talk to each other. We have a patois that you don't see anywhere else.
It's a very strange place. Like, there's great segregation and ignorance and prejudice, but there's great integration because we have Creoles. And the kind of Creole, light-skinned blacks, they were always trying to fit in somewhere. They weren't trying to be white. Like, a lot of times people don't know. Creoles, they only like Creole.
This is a city with roots, families, deep, way deep.
First, it starts with the whole kind of form of slavery that we had. And you know how the French people are. I mean, they enslave people, but they marry them, too.
The mouth of the Mississippi, man, the curve, Big Easy, you know, Crescent City. I mean, it's a hell of a thing to have a reputation to be known for as the #1 place where you can come buy a nigga.
It was like the Paris of the South. It was always a center of vice and gambling and all different types of ignorance, and that always draws a lot of people who's not that interested in being prejudiced, because when you get far enough down on the bottom, and we all down there, brother.
Tourists come to New Orleans, they go to quaint places like Levee's blacksmith shop. Well, Levee was a slave pirate.
At one point, the French, they had to let all the slaves go because they were starving. They was like, man, y'all go and figure out what you're gonna do because we're not gonna make it here. And the slaves, they all went out and stayed with the Native American, but they came back.
If you look at the tradition of the Mardi Gras Indians, they play the bambula beat. The bass rhythm is shallow water, oh mama. Shallow water, oh mama. Mare mare kurifayo. Inyare, inyare. Mare mare kurifayo. Oh, I am the big chief, the Inyar from the nation, the whole wild creation. Oh, I won't bow down, not on the ground, because I love to hear you call my Inyare. Mare mare kurifayo, Inyare, Inyare.
It's such a direct correlation to your ancestry and culturally significant because, you know, I could take you to the very spot where jazz was born, Congo Square.
Congo Square was a plains, a green area outside of New Orleans, and today it's Armstrong Park. And it was the only place in North America where slaves could play the drums in the African tradition.
Masters, in the infinite wisdom of their own hypocrisy, however you want to look at it, they decided to let enslaved Africans have Sundays off because it went in line with no work on the Sabbath for anybody.
And they would dance the bombola, you know, ba 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 ba, turned into ba ba and I mean it's right there.
If you look at our culture, the music becomes a part of everyday life. It's not a small thing. People eat and they play music. They got songs for eating. People get out on the street, the music is connected to the dance. So there you have it. You got a great church tradition, sanctified church. Then you got the French people. Man, they love music. They got the French opera. You know, you could be a slave and you could go to Congo Square and you could go to the opera. Where were you going to do that in the rest of the United States of America? You couldn't do that in Boston.
We place a great importance on culture, and that's something that you see in how we celebrate life and how we even deal with death.
A jazz funeral is a ceremony. You bring the body out to the grave and you play slow hymns and dirges. It's traditional dirges like Near My God to Thee, Flee as a Bird.
And that's the mourning part. You give into your grief and you know that you won't see him again, but you just were happy to know who they were and be a part of their life.
And then they say some words over the deceased out at the burial site. And then you start to play the up-tempo, happy songs. You play a parade from there.
And that's the celebratory part. It's the whole yin and the yang of it, the beginning and the end. Because, yeah, I'm sad you're gone, but damn, it sure was nice to know you.
Second line is the dancers that follow the parade. And the dance that they do is called second line. beautiful thing about Second Line is everybody has their own style. Some people just walk. Some people really get down. Some people get on the ground. You can do what you want. It's personal expression. There's a certain freedom in it. And it's one of our great ceremonies. It has a lot of meanings. In the Christian tradition, how it ties in with the African tradition is that the afterlife is rich and full, and the life on earth is one of travail. So this person is dead, but they're going on to riches, and that's why we celebrate. You know, and it's given us the type of way to not hush over death.
Driving around the city, man, it was rough, because this is the first time I've been back. And I talked to, you know, a good friend of mine, Wade, and, you know, he was telling me, he says, man, you got to prepare yourself. He says, you know, he says, we can talk about it and you can see it on the news. He says, but cameras can't really tell you, you know, the level of devastation that you're going to see. So, you know, I was trying to prepare myself, but it still was hard, man, because I'm looking at a place that I grew up. I'm looking at homes that I used to frequent, you know, hang out with my boys, you know, and there's nothing there. It's like a ghost town.
When I came back into the city, I saw complete devastation. I didn't think I would ever see anything like that in my life. It looked like someone had dropped a nuclear bomb on every part possible in the city.
It was just, I had walked through a time warp, and I was in Europe following a bombing in World War II. Everything was gray. There was no green, no flowers, no birds, no dogs, no people, no children.
When we first crossed the bridge and we saw, you know, a lot of damage, we were taking pictures and going, wow, this is, oh my God. And as we came over closer to where the, you know, on the north side where the breach happened, we stopped taking pictures. Is when I saw the Lower 9, I saw my neighborhood, it was like looking at a friend who had been like disfigured. You know who you're talking to, you just don't recognize them.
We are destroyed. I've seen Beirut, I've seen Calcutta, I've seen downtown Jakarta, I've seen Aceh. They have nothing on us.
Look at this. I'm telling you, nothing but destruction everywhere you look. Look at over here. All of these houses are empty. Oh, sure. How do you feel? Uptight. Just to see all of the devastation get into the house. Look at this, is all boarded up. Yeah. This is so strange. Yesterday, coming in New Orleans, I just got so full because I knew I was going to see my house for the first time. And not knowing what I'm going to see, I'm just at a loss. Yeah. It's arthritis is doing me so bad. Okay. Leave that in there. Okay.
Be careful. I'll take your time. Time. Come on. You okay?
Okay, I'll be okay.
You okay? This is all stuff that can be rebuilt.
What is all of this? Oh, mercy. Wait. Oh, look, this thing is way over here.
What is that?
That's the thing you gave me, it was over here. What is that over there?
What is what?
That.
That's a, that should look like your china closet.
The china closet don't have any business being over here, it's in the den.
I know.
Oh, Lord, the pictures I had in there. So is this picture still up on the wall?
There's nothing on the wall.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You can rebuild this stuff, though.
Yeah, that's easier said than done.
Let's move.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh. Oh, I knew it was devastation, but I didn't think it was this bad. It's unbelievable.
I didn't know how bad it was. Today, you know, when we went into the house, that was really hard because, you know, it's like I can't go home. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
The house in which I grew up, the only home I've really ever known, has now been gutted. It's a shell of what it was. 3511 Cecil Street still has a brick exterior, but the interior, which contained not just the furniture and the clothing, but all of the pictures, the family Bible, all of those things that really remind us of what our lives have been about, reminds us of where we came from. All of that has been washed away in a flood.
It pissed you off because it didn't have to happen. You know, I look at, one of the things that made me angry last night is that, you know, you drive around the neighborhood and you see all of these homes where people have tried to clean out their homes and all of the debris is on the sidewalk. So you can see people have a desire to come home and a desire to rebuild their lives. And they can't do it. You know, they can't come home. You know, they can't get their lives back on track. And you have to ask yourself why.
I came back to nothing. Absolutely nothing. No help, no home, nothing.
I'm 59 years old. My husband is 67 years old. We've worked hard. We're well educated. He's got a master's from UCLA, undergrad from Berkeley. I have a law degree, an MBA, and I had nothing. I had nothing. I don't know how to make you understand the despair, the depression, the anxiety.
It's like somebody violated your mama. You don't know what it's gonna feel like. Because you might always prize yourself in not having a type of dramatic emotion or, hey man, you know, death is a part of life, or kind of spiritual overview, or whatever you want to call it. But it rattled me in a way that I couldn't. I guess it's kind of what people say when one of your parents dies or something. You think you know how you'll deal with it, but when it happens to you, it's not what you think it's going to be.
My population right now, what I'm seeing is that the children are losing weight or gaining weight at, huge proportions. They are not sleeping at all. They're acting out. All the children that had ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, they're all being bumped up on all the medicines they're on because this is a post-traumatic stress disorder situation.
I've been on 6 different medications. And,
name them.
Seroquel, Geodine, Zoloft. That's the only ones I can remember right now, but those are the ones I'm on right now.
Since the storm, I do not sleep without a sleeping aid. Tylenol PM, Benadryl, if it got acetaminophen in it or whatever, or Difer, whatever it is that is like a mild sedative or whatever, I have to take it every night.
I've never been on anxiety pills or any prescriptions for bad nerves or anything before this. I mean, I've had high stress level, but not like this. Before I got on the medication, when I first got up here, I got into an incident where I hemmed a guy up and picked him off the ground about 3 feet with one hand. The guy weighed about 220. And that's when I decided I really needed to get some help.
People lost everything, you know, and people are really, you know, still struggling with that. And I think the emotionally, You know, it's something that's hard to deal with, especially people that might not have the resources to be able to go to a mental health professional and sit down and talk, or are too stubborn to. Again, we're talking about a lot of people who are too stubborn to leave in the face of a Category 5 storm. So imagine going to talk to a doctor about, you know, why you're a little more agitated, you know, or why, you know, you're in bed all day and why you're depressed.
We are seeing post-traumatic stress disorders now. I think we're going to see this permeate generation to generation. Can you imagine being a child on a rooftop and watching your mama washed away and drown? I mean, can you imagine being a mama and seeing that and people holding you back, not letting you jump in? By definition, you're not going to forget that. You're going to play that over in your mind. You're going to have intrusive thoughts. There are things that are going to remind you of that 10, 15 years from now because there's no closure.
And it catches up with you. And I find there's a lot of us who live here who, you know, we find ourselves weeping, or we just find ourselves at inappropriate moments, just kind of going into these very dark holes and very dark places where the things we've seen catch us, and they catch us unawares, and it's hard to deal with.
So I'm sitting there thinking, you know what, Phyllis? If you kill yourself, then you won't have to deal with this shit anymore. If you just disappear from the face of the fucking earth, the pain stops, the tears stop, and everything else that's gonna bother you for the rest of your life, which is life's issues, it's gonna stop. And I'm thinking different ways of how I could kill myself without it even looking like it's suicide, like say accidental, so that way nobody says, oh my gosh, she punked out and the system got to her, or Big Brother, or whatever the hell they call them nowadays.
I had a lady from Texas call me and says, I want you to know, I want my brother listed as a hurricane victim. He was evacuated out, he had no medications, and he shot himself in the head in our hotel room. And you know what? She's right. That's a hurricane-related victim. Now, Dr. Minyard and I met and tried to come to some agreement as to what a hurricane-related death was, because, again, nothing like this has ever happened. We certainly looked at some CDC criteria, Center for Disease Control criteria, but there were no criteria for something like this.
In post-Katrina, there's a number of people that are dying that's related to Katrina but did not actually die within the hurricane. 5 weeks ago, March 28th, my father passed away. 63 years old. 6 days before that, his wife passed away, which was 20 years his junior. She was 43. 2 weeks before Katrina, my dad was diagnosed with lung cancer. This was a man who started a business right here in New Orleans, Mackey Roofing, one of the largest roofing companies in the city and the state for the longest time, employed over 100 African-American males in the community. So to get sick during the middle of Katrina was actually even more sickening. He evacuated. It took us 5 weeks to get him back into the system. Once we got him back into the system, they didn't know who his doctors were. They didn't have any records because everything had been flooded. So it was 6 weeks before he could start his treatment again. His wife was taking care of him. Sometime in January, we noticed that she began to lose weight. She had been diagnosed with cancer like 6 years ago, breast cancer, and her cancer had come back with a vengeance and spread it all over her body. There's no doubt in our minds that the stress and strain and the pain of Katrina aided to their sickness and the recurrence of her cancer. You know, a lot of people are losing hope. The number of obituaries in the paper supposedly now is running at a rate of 30% higher pre-Katrina. People are coming back looking at this despair and dying. And that was the pain when I had to bury my dad, because everything that he built was destroyed because of the failure of the United States Army Corps of Engineers, this government, not the mayor, not the governor, but this government.
My name is Kimberly Polk. I am Serena Polk's mother. Serena was here in New Orleans, across the Lower Ninth Ward, on Tennessee Street, with her father, his girlfriend, and his 2 kids. And she and her father and his family did not evacuate. She came to me in a dream. I woke up sweating out of my sleep. She came to me in a dream and she was saying, "Mama, I'm falling, Mama, I'm falling." And all I could see was water that she was falling into. I think it was like April. They called me and let me know. First I seen it on the news where I seen a little girl between the ages of 6 and 10 years old that they found in the Lower Ninth Ward that had a backpack on her back, and Serena was known to everyone, my whole family, everybody that knew her, to have always a backpack on her back.
The coroner is trying to identify a child found buried in debris in the Lower Ninth Ward. This is the 9th body the fire department has found this month.
This child could have came from anywhere. I mean, she could have floated from miles away.
This is my daughter, Serena,
were drowned over Hurricane Katrina. She was 5 years old, and I never got a chance to say goodbye. And I miss her so much. I didn't want to have the service in New Orleans because I blame New Orleans for her death. The way they went about doing things, and I think if it would have been done a little bit different, I would feel different, but it's just not, I don't think New Orleans is fit for me to live in.
Father, here I am again, down on my knees before thee, there holy thrones of angels. Father, I didn't bow down here because I feel so righteous. Father, I didn't bow because I feel so holy. You told me a long time ago, my heavenly Father. Soon and very soon, we are going to see the King. Hallelujah, hallelujah. We are going to see the King. No more dying day. We are going to see the King. No more dying day. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, until I've been sprined previous to commend her soul to our Maker, Father, and Redeemer, in the confidence of hope for the coming again of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the resurrection of the body from the grave, and the joyful life reserved. In Jesus' name, amen.
This is what's left. You know, your whole history is just somewhere under a pile of rubble. It's really nothing. It's like you got things on your mind to remember where it was at, but when you come down here, there's no landmarks or nothing to make you remember even where you're at. You might go up a street that you've been going up all your life and get lost because you don't know, where you're at. You don't know nothing. It's sad, man. I mean, the church you went to all your life, the school you went to, a lot of the old men used to always hang out right here on the corner drinking their beer. I mean, this is a good neighborhood that's gone, man. I mean, gone.
Where the
It's just unbelievable. There's no way possible that you can even say you check these houses to find people. I mean, people coming home, going to their houses, and they still finding dead people in these houses, man. Just the other day, there were 5 people found in the attic of a house. Who knows? Somebody might be in there right now, laying under rubble. I mean, who is we to know that? But the military say they checked every house. This house here has iron bars on it, but they have numbers on the window as if it's been checked. I mean, come on, you gotta keep it real, man. I mean, they didn't go in none of these houses.
A lot of people around the country, when they heard New Orleans was gonna do Mardi Gras again, they was like, well, why y'all doing Mardi Gras? Y'all gotta rebuild the city. Y'all got stuff that's bad, this, that, and other. But you gotta understand, baby, we need Mardi Gras for our city. This is our healing. This is how we do it. It ain't for the rest of the world. If you don't understand, that's all right. We just invite you to come down here, have a good time, do like we do, you understand? And we just want you to come and have some fun.
Today is my grandfather's last day as Grand Marshal. He's right up front. He's been the Grand Marshal unopposed for about 35 years. I come from New York to come here every year to parade with him.
I am so happy that we had this celebration because it brought us all back. I saw so many people who were in California, they're in Houston, they're in Atlanta, they're in Memphis, Nashville. It was the best thing that happened to us because it let us know that New Orleans is still here and home is still here.
We are waiting for insurance, and look what FEMA did to my baby. Is this a shame or what? 9 years old, 6 months, look at him, old man. We're still waiting for FEMA. If they don't come, we're not gonna have another Mardi Gras.
I know people question whether we should have it or not, but for those people that actually came and saw it and felt it and touched it, you found out something really serious about this city, which is the city's going to live. It's got a heartbeat. It's got a soul to it that's so vibrant that you can't kill it.
Me got back and put it out. If I water gonna make me shout. I'm going down and I get my squaw. Me might buy a great big car. I'm gonna do everything I could. Me big Jeep, I'm feeling good. Me big Jeep, I got 'em tried. Got my squaw right by my side. My playboy, he just can't die. My fly boy, he's full of fire. Me whole tribe is having fun. We gonna dance the morning fun.
After you leave the areas where Mardi Gras is, you look around and you leave Mardi Gras in a different way. I was actually looking at the trash. You know, there's a huge buildup of trash after a parade or something, which they clean up immediately. And I felt the weirdest feeling. I was like, okay, when you leave this trash, you usually go into a clean area. But you leave that trash and you go to an area that looks the same.
It turns out the Corps of Engineers, for some reason, is in charge of debris removal. And it took the Corps probably 4 months before they even showed up with their contractors here to start moving debris out.
When you really look around, if you were to arrive today, you would think that the hurricane might have hit yesterday. But as of February 1st, we had removed debris equivalent to 25 World Trade Center disasters, and we were not at 70% yet.
The city is still struggling, outside the city limits. People are still, unsure if they can ever come back. We still haven't seen that big rally. We haven't seen the 3-mile long, caravan of trash trucks coming to, clean up the city.
I find it insulting that the streets are not even cleaned up. I'm not expecting to come back and see New Orleans as I knew it before, but I expected to see a little more progress than this.
Right now, we had several dogs confirm that there still is a scent of human remains in those structures. We've searched that house as extensively as we can without bringing danger to ourselves, and we didn't find anything. And that's what they're doing right now. We got guys on lookout as the excavator peels the construction debris away, looking for human remains.
The first slash of the X signifies that a team has entered the building. Once the team exits the building, they complete the X with another slash. At the 12 o'clock position is the date that the building was searched. At the 3 o'clock position is the number of hazards found. At the 6 o'clock position is the number of victims found. And in this case, the team found none. At the 9 o'clock position is the team that did the search. In this case, the Florida Task Force 1 team, which is a FEMA team.
You see the markings on the houses, and the markings mean nothing. People are coming back home and finding corpses and mummified bodies in their houses. So it seemed like people just walking down the street and looked at the house and said, it doesn't seem like anyone is in there.
It's so weird to go through my neighborhood and see the markings, nobody's, and then all of a sudden when you see that number in the shell of a house, 2, like, wow, man, right around the corner, 2 people died in this home, and it's just so deafeningly quiet.
My mother decided to stay in New Orleans, and I left. First time I came back was October 4th and 5th, and it was a few days after they opened up the city. I found out a few days earlier from getting in contact with people in the search and rescue teams that they had gone to the house and they wrote a 0 for meaning nobody was found in there. So I was thinking, oh, okay, at least she made it out. She may be sick, but she made it out. When I went to the house, all 3 of the doors were locked, so there was no way for them to go into the house to search the house. I had to bust through the doors. There were a few lines where you can tell the water was at between 7 and 8 feet. So I just searched as best I could, but I didn't find her in there. After the floodwaters let down, they were saying that people were finding their relatives and loved ones in their house and that their house had not been searched. So I called 911, and within a few minutes, some police officers showed up and they searched the house, and they had, in fact, found my mother's body in the house. It was a
The initial flood certainly caused a lot of deaths, but people were dying long before that. They were dying because electricity was out, there's no respirator, they were in their homes dependent on oxygen, no more oxygen, no way to get out, essentially smothered to death. People died of heat stroke, dehydration, lack of medication. People drowned. People went up into attics and drowned there, or as the water rose and they couldn't get out. Or I can just tell you, I've been up in those attics recovering those people, and you can tell that they took their clothes off because they were either delirious or that the heat was getting so high. They would look into the area they came up, and it was just water. So there you had this toxic sludge there at the entrance into the attic, and you had nowhere to go when the heat's getting terrifically high, 110, 120 degrees, whatever it gets. The people would try to go by the vents, and you could see that people were trying to have their faces by vents and ultimately fell back and died.
She was in the kitchen under the refrigerator.
I think it's horrible for a family member to go home and find a body. That's horrible, because it was either missed in the search or overlooked, or the house wasn't searched, or the search criteria was so stringent that they couldn't search it. You know, the bottom line is, when you're talking to that family member, none of that matters.
So many houses here, they really haven't checked yet to see what exactly is in them. This woman came down the other day, and you know, they were just going to go out and check out her daughter's house. They had no idea. I think the woman thought that her daughter had evacuated and just hadn't been able to get in touch with her. But they went into the house, they started looking around, and they found her in there. And that was yesterday. You know, it's in 2 or 3 days is the 6-month anniversary of the storm. I don't know if you can call it an anniversary.
When the police came out and found my mother, they took a police report and said it'd take about 2 weeks or so. They said it wouldn't take as long because they knew who she was and that it wasn't just somebody that they found and that I was the only other person living there with her. But it turned out to take much longer than that.
You found that body in that house, it must be my mom. Well, unfortunately, that's not true. And it's not true for several reasons. There was a lot of drift and a lot of flood, and people did drift in and out. Some people that ran to other houses, perhaps if you're in a 1-story, you ran to a 2-story house. Houses were moved everywhere, which way. I also had people that there were no street signs left. So people couldn't really tell me exactly what house they came out of.
The only way that they were releasing bodies at that time was with fingerprints, dental x-rays, or DNA samples.
DNA testing didn't start until December. I can tell you that in September, when this mission was given to me, the first thing we did was have a meeting with Louisiana State Police, because our crime lab has the DNA resource. At that point in time, we knew we needed DNA, but we did not get funding and the ability to move forward on DNA until December.
And you asked for it in September?
We needed it in September. We were several months behind, and right now we're several months behind.
From November 11th, it took till January 10th to get my mother released. This is a picture of me and my mother, Mary John L. Morant. According to the medical log, she did drown in her own home.
I tell people all the time, Katrina didn't do it in New Orleans, the Corps of Engineers did it in New Orleans. If they had built those levees really to Category 3, all of the residents in New Orleans would still be here.
As a child, I grew up at the lakefront, and we watched the levees go up and up. They raised them every year. And every time a hurricane would come, we'd go out to the levee and watch the waters lap up against the top. You know, it was fun to see how close to the top the waves were going to get. We never, ever thought that there would ever be a levee break.
We arrived here in late September, a group of about 20 engineers, in an attempt to understand what happened here. The first major area that we visited was out on the 17th Street Canal. It was obvious something had happened that shouldn't have happened. And since that time, we have been working to fill in the pieces of the puzzle to understand what about the hurricane and what about the levees and the soils that had backgrounded what is in fact the most tragic failure of a civil engineered system in the history of the United States.
This is the failed sheet pile and eye wall that failed during the hurricane itself. And then you can see right here behind me, what's left standing is the existing sheet pile from the hurricane. So it's about 20 foot, and you can imagine this is 17 feet into the ground below sea level. The force of this water pushing against this levee, against this sheet pile, it forced this sheet pile over, and when the wall collapsed, it let the storm surge, Lake Pontchartrain, into the city itself. It was very important to us that we knew and we find out exactly why did this happen. This is one of 3 failures we had in and around New Orleans. The other 2 were on the Orleans Avenue Canal and the London Avenue Canal.
One of the breaks was 2 blocks from my house, the London Avenue Canal. And we went there, and they had some people there from the Corps of Engineers. And they were saying how the water went under the levee. They were only 10 feet deep. They should have been 17 feet deep.
The way we actually build the flood walls here along the outfall canals is we have sheet pile driven 17 feet below sea level, and then they are actually integrated into an earthen levee.
That didn't happen. So the levees just fell down like dominoes. The only thing that were holding these 13 feet by 25 foot slabs was a piece of plastic. I call them rubber bands.
And that was in the dirt, in the levee part, which had been washed away. And you realize that that was the only security to holding those panels together. I wouldn't build a fence for my dog like that.
We didn't know why these things failed. There's basically three ways. You can have water go over, you can have water go under, or you can have water go through a flood wall. There were so many breaches throughout New Orleans, and ultimately we found out there was 170 miles worth of damages. The hurricane protection system did not perform as we would have liked.
The Army Corps of Engineers is under heavy fire for a report it released today, 6,000 pages long. It says in part that the work was bad. The work was humans and not an act of God was what led to this awful destruction here. We will begin here tonight with my colleague Martin Savage of our New Orleans Bureau, who is with us here this evening. Martin, good evening.
Good evening, Brian. This turnabout on the part of the Army Corps of Engineers, this report is a huge about-face. What the Corps is saying is that the flood protection system for the city of New Orleans and southeast Louisiana was a system in name only.
This is the first time that the Corps of Engineers has had to stand up and say, we had a catastrophic failure of one of our projects.
The $19.7 million review pointed out details of engineering and design failures that led to Katrina's storm surge overwhelming the city's levees and flood walls. According to the report, the walls failed when the water pushed the walls enough to create a crack between them and levee soils, allowing the water to seep below the walls and push them aside.
You know, somebody needs to go to jail. Somebody needs to go to jail, because those levees were never really maintained the way they should have been. And now it's too late.
This is the greatest engineering firm in the world. You designed a wall, which is supposed to hold back water, that you know will fall over if the water goes over the top. Now, as a lawyer, I'm sitting there thinking, are we going to have to sue the Corps of Engineers? And we find, oh, man, wait a minute. They're immune, meaning you can't sue the Corps of Engineers. The statute says the United States of America is not liable for damage from floods. The next sentence says, provided that where there is insufficient land to build a levee, you have to expropriate the land or you have to buy the flood rights. So why is there an eye wall and no levee? Well, an eye wall is something you can build on a tiny piece of ground. So here we go again. They didn't want to spend the money to buy the land to put up a levee. So they put up this chinky eye wall. And by the way, what's a levee? A levee is this earthen piece of work, 4 feet wide for every 1 foot of height. That's what holds back the water.
The levee, it's the same thing, man. I mean, they been knew that this could happen. You know what I'm saying? They knew before, when I was a child, they knew if a hurricane came through of, you know, large mass like that it could happen. And I'm wondering, you know, damn, I mean, why nobody never fixed it, or nobody never, and not only fixed it or made an attempt, but, you know, just if they didn't have the money or whatever, make some noise about, hey, this could happen. You know, I ain't heard nothing about it, you know, this from the government or anyone from our town, the mayor, anyone ever say something like, you know, we need money because hurricanes always come and they're always a threat and we need help to fix this, you know. So it's like, to me, if they knew it could have happened, you know, it's almost like they let it happen.
To understand the situation New Orleans is in, you've got to understand the power of the Mississippi River. As the river deposits sediment in the delta, you know, this creates often sandbars that block shipping channels. To get through these sandbars, Engineers built jetties that go 2 miles out into the Gulf of Mexico and drop all the sediment into deep water, so it is no longer building up land. The main reason that New Orleans has become vulnerable to hurricanes is because the wetlands have been eroding.
Those wetlands are responsible for reducing storm surges when a hurricane comes along. To expand oil and gas infrastructure, we've dredged thousands of miles of canals for pipelines, for drilling, and for navigation purposes. If you imagine in the old days, we had all these distributary channels that were kind of like the arteries in your hand. Man came along and cut off that supply. So over the last 70 years, we've starved our wetlands to death by putting a rubber band around your hand.
On top of that, we have global warming, which is a very big issue. It's causing sea level to rise. It's basically making these coastal cities more vulnerable to the storm surge and the eventual flooding when these storms come.
Today, the government will release its national hurricane forecast, and so far, it's not looking good.
The next hurricane season is bearing down, and forecasters said today it could be a bad one.
Worse than usual again. That's the prediction from every respected forecaster out there.
After 24 hurricanes and 11 making landfall in the United States in the past 2 years, today's prediction for this year's Atlantic hurricane season is unsettling. 13 to 16 named storms, 8 to 10 becoming hurricanes, 4 to 6 becoming major hurricanes with winds of 111 miles per hour or higher.
The research meteorologists are telling us that we're in this very active period for major hurricanes that may last at least another 10 to 20 years. That's not good news, and the message is very clear. We need to be prepared.
With global warming, you're now making a New York climate more like a North Carolina climate, and we know how often they get hit and how warm the waters are there. So the prospect of a severe storm hitting the DC to Boston Metroplex corridor is very high in the ensuing decades.
When you have a storm surge from Katrina, say, of 20 feet above sea level, it's not going to help things when you have global warming throwing in an extra 12 inches on top of that.
25% of all the natural gas produced in the United States is actually produced offshore of Louisiana. 20% of all the oil produced domestically in the United States is produced off the coast of Louisiana. And it's ironic because one of the few things in the country that environmentalists in the oil industry agree on is that you have to rebuild the wetlands around New Orleans, not only to protect New Orleans, but even if New Orleans didn't exist, you would need to rebuild those wetlands to protect the production of energy.
I understand in a way why they're going to abandon us. No political power, very little money, black city, we can't influence much. And then I thought, but how stupid does a president and a Congress have to be to say, whoa, wait a minute, they control 30% of our oil and gas. If it doesn't come to us, our security is threatened, and $6 a gallon gasoline is there overnight. Nobody can argue that.
Do you know that because these offshore oil companies go more than 3 miles off the coast, we don't get a dime in this state? The federal government takes it all. Do you know that if Louisiana seceded from the United States and started collecting all the royalties from these oil and gas companies, we'd be like Saudi Arabia. We'd all be riding around in Bentleys. We wouldn't need anything from the United States. So we're pumping all this money into the government. We're not asking for a handout. We're asking for a little return on what we're handing out.
The state of Louisiana has long been used as almost a colony or a place to extract resources by the rest of the United States, particularly Texas. It's extremely oil-rich, has natural gas, and if you could deal with the ragged boot hill of Louisiana, it's all you have the seafood coming in, it's where the oil platforms are, but the money doesn't stay in Louisiana. The money goes out of state. It goes to anywhere else in the so-called New South but Louisiana. I mean, cities like Memphis now have, Federal Express and they're booming, and the Carolinas have all this banking going on. Atlanta's got Home Depot and Delta Airlines. Texas is Halliburton and other construction and oil companies galore. There's nothing left here. Up the Mississippi in the St. Paul and Minneapolis, you have at any given time about 18 Fortune 500 companies. We had one pre-Katrina, Energy, and now that company's bankrupt.
If they'd give us our percentage of oil and gas like Texas gets, New Mexico gets, Wyoming gets, Colorado gets, Alaska gets, if they'd give us that, we can build our own wetlands, rebuild them. We can build our Category 5 levees. We can, instead of having to cut out the neighborhoods that are our culture because we no longer can afford them, we could bring those neighborhoods back too. Give us our goddamn money. Give us our oil and gas money. We'll help ourselves. And you can kiss our ass.
Governor Blanco is making good on a promise to play hardball with the federal government. Today, the state filed a lawsuit to prevent offshore oil and gas lease sales in the western Gulf of Mexico. Blanco says the sale would damage Louisiana's coastal environment. The state hopes the lawsuit forces the federal government to share profits from the sale to protect wetlands.
It's about our federal government sharing the royalty revenue stream from the exploration and the production that occurs in our coastal waters. If we don't get significant help, Louisiana people are in danger for a very long time.
I want to come home. I was born here, and I always said I wanted to die here, but things been so rough. I almost had 2 heart attacks, had to go to hospital, but you know what? God is good. He's able, and I'm gonna keep my faith.
I've never seen such a time when the U.S. government turned its back on people in need to this degree. To have a people in such dire need getting such little help from the federal government while they're screaming for help, I think it's unprecedented.
We need lights, water, and housing. So I got a little daughter, she asks me every day, Dad, when can we go back to New Orleans?
Which section of the city do you live in?
East New Orleans.
Let's get rid of all the bureaucracy. I mean, I understand. The government can go to Iraq and help people in Iraq, and we can't take care of New Orleans, and we have a problem.
I need somewhere where they can put and place me and my grandkids in, because I'm living here in the Sheraton, parking $14 a day. We can't afford. We got to survive on food. You got to eat out because there's nowhere for you, no icebox, no stove, no nothing. So you bringing the kids out and you eating every day, $60. So I need some kind of closure. That's all I'm asking for.
This was my home prior to Katrina. It was a 2-story home. I've only been living in it for 2 years, just recently finished remodeling it. This, all over here, along here, this wall here was bookshelves, my TV, my couch and everything. Over here was my refrigerator, my stove, my sink. Up the stairs, you went up the stairs here. You went up this way. Duck your head. Duck your head, it had a low beam, yeah. And then it went up here.
Probably the biggest challenge we have right now is housing. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that have been raised, and we still have people out around the country still haven't gotten their first FEMA check, nor can they get a travel trailer on their home.
We're still homeless. We still have nowhere to live. The lady called me and she said, we have a trailer. I said, okay, I'll take it. Okay, give me an address to put it. Anywhere, just put it somewhere so I can go live in it. Well, I'm sorry, we're gonna have to put that on hold unless you are still pending. Of course, I've been pending since August 29th, bitch. I mean, I have nowhere to live.
62-year-old Florence Jackson has been waiting for help from FEMA.
Where is my government? I'm so disappointed.
She has called FEMA day and night and is told her application is still pending.
And I want somebody to know that I'm suffering.
Our idea was, man, after the storm, they would have trailers on every lawn, and you get up in the morning, wave at your neighbor coming out their trailer, and you just hear a cacophony of like hammers and nails all day long. We still don't have any trailers. When you fly in to New Orleans, you look across the street.
And the extended parking lots, nothing but trailers just sitting there empty. Sitting there empty.
In mid-January, both New Orleans and Mississippi had asked for about 40,000 trailers from FEMA. In mid-January, Mississippi had 33,000, Louisiana had 3,000. Now, some of that is because of some internal politics in the city of New Orleans itself, but most of that is because of FEMA.
You can call FEMA 5 times and ask them the same question and get 5 different answers.
You constantly going back and forth. We'll come back tomorrow, the computers are broke. Oh, we lost your application.
FEMA's a disaster.
We tried to get in touch with you on your cell phones, which 3/4 of the times our cell phones don't work.
FEMA's a joke.
We called you, you didn't respond, so that means you no longer need any help.
Blah, 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 blah. You'd call them every couple of weeks and try and be nice. You don't want to scream at them and, you know, your trailer's being ordered and all that. And I finally found an apartment and just called them up and told them I didn't need the trailer, and I'll be damned if the trailer didn't show up the next day.
FEMA's a dirty word, so it's just a 4-letter word, so I just say FEMA now instead of the other nasty words.
And now still, here it is 6 months after the storm, and there's still no help. Now I've lost every bit of information that could have proved that I own this home, that I've ever lived here. I had to get duplicate copies of utility bills stating that I had utilities here, that I lived here. I had to go to the clerk of court's office and get whatever information they had to say that I owned this. Then I had to go to an attorney who actually did the sale, and I had to swear on an affidavit that I owned this. Who the hell goes through that? Who goes through that crap? I mean, my God, would I come here and say I own this if I didn't? You know, we need help. Look, see these little pink flags, these little orange flags here? I have been marked for a FEMA trailer. I'm still waiting for a FEMA trailer. 6 months. 6 months.
People got trailers over on that side. Give us a trailer. Look how big this yard is. Give us a little raggedy trailer, you know? Well, we don't need a few of them for our crew. You know, but the yard big enough, you know, you got the sewer right there. It's big enough for like about 4 good trailers. That way the people in the block, I can call and they can come home.
That is my FEMA trailer right there. I still have no power. I do have water and I do have sewage, and I have a toilet that I can sit on rather than a 5-gallon bucket.
When's the power coming?
Whenever I decide to give somebody a blowjob, I guess.
Why you say that?
Because that's the way I look at it.
When you get a FEMA trailer, which I'm fortunate to have one, and most people in this neighborhood that have one, I would say 1% of them are usable. They don't have electricity connected to them. And I've called city councilmen, my senators, Jay Blossman. I left a message with the Pope even. And I'm thinking that may be the answer.
We're here in my FEMA condo trailer. It took us, we put in for it in December, and we got it, I think, 1, 2, 3, about 4 months later, which is really not a long time to wait. Because, I mean, there were people that waited, you know, longer than that. So 4 months really wasn't that long, but it was long enough. We've been in here 2 months. It's not bad, but we had a couple of mild thunderstorms last week, and it's not too stable. I mean, it's sitting on bricks. So light winds or mild to strong winds are kind of like run for your life shit, but we do have a house in the back of us in case we need to run out of here and run into a solid foundation.
Me and my father have been living here since about December. Come on, I'll take you on a tour of the FEMA trailer. Yeah. It's so well made. There you go. Nice. Luxurious, spacious cabinets. One of the doors to separate the room, you know. It used to stick up here, but now we just have it held on with like safety pins and twine. This is the dining room table, you know. It's not very well built, you know, it just comes apart, and you know, this is bed area is where I sleep, you know. Show you the view. Look! Another FEMA trailer.
It's straight bullshit. These people have been sitting out here for 9 months. I think these politicians forget who they work for. They work for the people. They think it's about themselves.
There's no reason in the world we should have this. Louisiana is still ass backwards, and we still have people who are scattered to the wind and don't understand what's next or what's coming next or where to even find it at. So it's a lot of bullshit, man. It's a lot of bullshit, and it's time for the politicians to quit the bullshit and understand who they work for. I don't care who you are. I don't care what color you are. You can be orange. You gotta remember who you work for, and you working on the backs of poor people who work every day, pay their taxes, and everybody ain't looking for welfare. People are working and working 2 and 3 jobs. And these fools running around here, they don't know their head, they don't know 4 dogs got 4 assholes. Can we move on to something else? Because this is not working for me. Fuck.
I think that this is a great moment in American history because I feel that in this moment we see a lot of what's wrong with us. It's a signature moment. It's like sometimes you walk past the mirror and you see yourself in a position you don't like. Damn, man, I thought I was 10 pounds overweight. I'm 50. Well, this is like you stayed in front of the mirror and you couldn't turn away from it. You stayed in that pose. And everything in that pose shows us what's wrong with us.
I'm here today because Louisiana needs your help. Most homeowners' policies will not pay flood losses. We have an estimated $20 to $30 billion in uninsured losses. If Congress fails to help, our people will have no money to rebuild.
The first lawsuit we filed was the insurance lawsuit. And that was born out of the idea that most of the insurance companies we knew in advance were not going to want to pay the claims. And as an aside, 20 years ago, there weren't many exclusions. As time goes by, after the big Cold War, they started putting in, we're not going to pay for nuclear war. Then they said they weren't going to pay for asbestos. Then they said they're not going to pay for lead. Then they said they're not going to pay for pollution. And now they have something called, they're not going to pay for water damage.
In Mississippi today, the opening moves in a landmark lawsuit that pits victims of Hurricane Katrina against their insurance companies. As you may know, this is a hot issue in the storm zone. The question at the heart of this is whether water damage from Katrina is classified as hurricane damage or flood damage. The stakes here are huge. $75 billion in flood and storm surge damage was reported in 1.7 million claims.
I was told by my agent that I had a policy that would protect me for hurricanes because I asked specifically for that.
But Nationwide Mutual concluded that most of the damage was caused by flooding, and because Leonard did not have a separate flood insurance policy, denied most of his claims.
We think the facts clearly show that the coverage that the Leonards purchased did not cover flood, but the damage was primarily flood.
This groundbreaking trial over wind versus water damage and which policy covers what could affect thousands of other families along the Gulf Coast who were denied their insurance claims and have also filed suit.
Insurance companies are another joke. I mean, you pay your premiums. Don't ever be late paying an insurance premium. And then you say, well, I'm covered. I've got flood insurance, I've got wind insurance, I've got loss of use, I've got loss of income.
Oh, insurance companies. Insurance companies has been playing hell with me the whole frickin' time.
The argument could be made, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I think it rained before the levees broke. So it's quite possible that your house was flooded, if you had no roof, before the levees broke on Monday evening. And the insurance carriers are not honoring their promise to cover you. Those good hands people and the good neighbor people, I don't believe anything they see because they're the worst offenders.
My street, it's like a ghost town, nobody's here. It's hard to see a neighborhood so full of life without any life in it anymore.
My father, I knew it was gonna be hardest for him. He came back from World War II, took his $10 to hold that contract. It took all 30 years to pay that $13,000 for that house. And he had broken his leg, so he was shuffling around the car, and then he turned and he saw the house, and he just broke down. You know, he said my whole life. And that's the moment that I'll always remember because he, to see my father, you know, in his 80th year of life, go through his darkest hour. It was hard.
This is it. This is my childhood home. Totally wiped out by Katrina.
I could care less about the house almost. It's just the fact that, you know, I saw this young black man come back from World War II and take his last $10. He always talked about the day he bought the house, you know. He came back to my mother and said, I bought a house today for $10 to hold the contract. So for him, he said, I had all my sons in this house. So, yeah. Jesus. The insurance companies there's a special circle in hell for them, man. Dante would promote them to a very special place in hell because, you know, you sit there, you see everything damaged, and they just come up with any way to say, I'm not gonna pay you. So luckily we have flood insurance, but the way they sell it is, you know, you have homeowners insurance. So get a little flood insurance. Between the two, you'll be made whole. But when it came to it, it was just flood insurance. Thankfully, we had a little bit, but it was like maybe 40, 50% of the value of the house. Then they said, well, we'll give you wind on your homeowner's insurance above the water line. And then they came back and said, well, everything above the water line was damaged from the flood anyway. We're not gonna cover that. I said, well, we had $12,000 insurance on the shed in the backyard. They said, there's a tree falling on it, totally destroyed. They came back and said, well, it's repairable. So we're only gonna give you 25% of that. And then we're gonna take the deductible, the full value of the house, and your check for $670 is in the mail. Along with the check for $400 for the time you were out. You know, it was 10 days, $40 a day, so it's in the mail. So thank you very much. My father's hard of hearing. So the adjuster was there, and as he was leaving, he goes, hey man, my father, you know, I can't hear, but I just want you to be fair. Be fair with me. You know, and the guy had already told us, you know, I'm not paying you anything. So the guy turns beet red and goes, you know, just be fair, thank you, you know. So we drive 70 miles to Baton Rouge. I said, wait until we get to Baton Rouge to tell Daddy. So he said, listen, I said, really, we gotta explain to you, you know, insurance company's not gonna pay you anything. You know, you are not in good hands, you know, with Allstate. You done. My father said, what? Nah, man. I've been paying them people for 50 years, nah. I said, no, Daddy, not giving me. He said, what? He said, man, don't tell me that, man. Why you didn't tell me in New Orleans? I would have killed that man. I said, that's why I didn't tell you.
The master plans for New Orleans is to bulldoze down the Ninth Ward. The Ninth Ward is a place of predominantly black people. And you got these land grabbers down there, the Trump land grabbers, who want to go down there and buy up all the land and, you know, regentrification, you know how that goes, and urban renewal, in the name of those things, take this place and change it.
People basically are being told what you have is of no value. We won't have an opportunity for the intergenerational transfer of wealth, of property, of assets from one generation to the next. And this is particularly affecting African-American communities in New Orleans.
As soon as the planning process is done, which I say to you, should have been done by now. Other communities that have been devastated along the coast have already done that, so that people can make their own individual property decisions based on fact.
This is 2310 Delaware Street, and these are the 3 lots that my grandparents bought in the late, like in 1949, to build their dream house. When we came down, my sister and I snuck in, and we were looking left, looking for the house. We were like, do you see it? Did it move? Did it crush? What happened? We didn't see the house, and that's kind of odd because the house was really big.
I want you to know this. The persons who live in the lower 9, they were homeowners. I was a homeowner. 35 years I worked to pay for the property that I own, plus my rentals. Not only that, I paid my tax bill. I got the tax bill in December, and I paid it before January 31st. And on the back of that, it said police and school, and now I can't even get a school open in the lower 9.
This is what's left of the house. The house actually lifted and floated across the street over here. And we were like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm gonna break this to my grandmother, that house that she loved so much, that my grandfather built is like, at this point, it's not gonna make it.
What really bothered me was this risk, building at my own risk. Do you know, I just want to call this to your attention, the geography. New Orleans is surrounded by water. If you go north, it's the Pontchartrain Lake. If you go west, it's the Bunny Carey Spillway. If you go south, it's the Mississippi River. And if you go east, you got Lake Bourne and all of the little tributaries and the wetlands out there. So who's at risk?
And I, pulled my grandmother to the side and I said, Nee, listen, sit down. We have to tell you what's going on. And she says, what's going on? I said, well, the house is gone. It moved. And she said, what do you mean the house moved? I said, the house, it's floated across the street. And, and I said, it was kind of tilted, so I don't think that it's gonna make it. I don't think it's gonna stand. So, and she said, where is it? I said, I don't know. I think it's in Mr. Johnny's yard. I couldn't see from where I was, and Mr. Johnny's yard is down there, but I thought it was in his yard. But I really couldn't tell. I said, well, I think it's in Mr. Johnny's yard. And my grandmother just paused for a second, and she sits down. And she looks up at me, and she says, well, Johnny can't never say I ain't gave him nothing. I gave him a whole house. And I thought, oh, God. I mean, we're standing there nervous and laughing because we're like relieved that she didn't fall to pieces.
New Orleanians and Louisianians are resilient people. And so they're gonna find a way to come back home. I'm telling everybody, hold tight, don't give up your property for anything. We fought too long to get our property, so even if you don't do anything with it, gut it and sit on it.
Everybody knew property value in the Ninth Ward was going up. And when this disaster happened, they went, here's our opportunity. So developers are now getting in bed with politicians to come up with all these schemes to take people's land.
9 months after Katrina, and the lower 9 still looks like a bomb hit it. I think that, it's meant to discourage the neighbors from coming back. I mean, most people have lived in the lower Ninth Ward with a solid, thought in the back of their minds that straight up, we're not wanted here in some way, shape, form, fashion. That this area could be used for industrial purposes. We live on a waterway. There are a lot of companies who could use this area for industrial purposes, warehousing and things like that. And so a lot of people have always felt like that's been like the goal, for a long time. But most of the lower Niners that I talk to are like, hell no, you're not gonna take anything from me. And you're not gonna run us off like that. You're not gonna just shoo us away.
The people trying to buy us out. I'm not going nowhere. I'm keeping my little raggedy house. I'm gonna stay right there and get me some sheetrock and I'm gonna be there. Now, they can come visit me if they want, but I'll be right there on that front porch, waving at people when they pay like I always do. How y'all doing?
We're probably going to end up a small city, gentrified, primarily white, primarily well-to-do. And I think the rest of the United States thinks that's just fine.
I have publicly said, and I will continue to say, we plan to rebuild every area of this city, including the Ninth Ward. And we're going to do it, regardless of if there's a small group of people that may have other plans and other agendas. New Orleans is not New Orleans without the mix of people that were here before. And it would not be the kind of city that I think most people would treasure. But it's all predicated upon what the Corps of Engineers is going to do as it relates to levee protection.
June 1 is a very significant date to the people in New Orleans. It's the beginning of the next hurricane season. And Task Force Guardian, the Corps of Engineers, we are trying to make these repairs to provide a level of protection that existed prior to Katrina, before the hurricane season starts.
The Army Corps of Engineers has been promising the people they would have the levees back to pre-Katrina conditions prior to the 1st of June. When we heard that, a cold chill ran down our back because we knew pre-Katrina conditions were not okay.
New Orleans
as with the beginning of the hurricane season, 06 has Lego levees. I mean, these things will crumble with a strong wind.
Our obligation to the public is to base our conclusions on science, on facts, on engineering, and tell the truth.
Do I trust them? No. They knew those levees had issues 10, 15 years ago. The Corps of Engineers knew it. The federal government knew it. The state government knew it. The city government knew it. And they turned their head.
We've been honest with the public, and we have to tell them, look at what we're building. It's stronger than what you had before.
I want to caution all residents that after much probing and questioning, the Army Corps of Engineers has warned me that some of our lowest lying areas of New Orleans East and the lower Ninth Ward will have some flooding from levees overtopping if another hurricane travels along the same path as Katrina.
The fact of the matter is that no one really takes it very seriously. All right, we're going to put a little paste on it, we put a little Band-Aid, and we're going to deal with it that way. And the reason why they're doing that is because our president sees us as not quite much of a threat. You know, Louisiana, I'm going to get them anyway, because they buying my bullshit. So why should I spend billions of dollars fixing these levees, given the political environment that we're in?
We need a different government. We need somebody in there that actually really and truly cares about the people, about their property, about their homes. You know, somebody who really and truly cares. But who's it going to be?
After Katrina, I had the opportunity to go to the Netherlands to look at their defense system. And I was actually embarrassed to talk about ours when you look at their system. Number one, they build substantial levees and they armor them. They protect them from waves and overtopping and all the problems we saw at Katrina. But more importantly, this is a very small country. It's 14 million people. 65% of the Netherlands is below sea level. But they have the will to go out and build high enough and strong enough to withstand a 1 in 10,000 year storm surge event.
We can do the kinds of things the Dutch engineers have done, and in fact, we should learn from them. But we haven't mobilized the will.
The Army Corps of Engineers had 40 years to build a protective system around the city of New Orleans. The hurricane hits August 29th. It takes them approximately 8 weeks to 2 months to drain the water out. So you mean to tell me they're gonna repair what they couldn't build in 40 years, they're gonna repair it in 8 months or 10 months to be up to a point where people should feel secure?
I would caution people to not be deluded, to go forward in a way that they understand, not to buy promises that could be false promises, because it could mean that they could lose their lives and their homes again.
With the tropics heating up, the work at the 17th Street Canal can't move quickly enough. The gates are in place, but the pumps still aren't operational. New delays make old deadlines dicey.
Unfortunately, to a large degree, our fate is in the Corps' hands.
The Corps is now blaming rain and not enough working space, and they say residents need to keep their guard up.
But I do believe that they should be concerned because, we don't know what kind of hurricane event we could see in this year.
With the temporary pumps on the bridge, the Corps can pump less than 15% of the canal's capacity if it needs to close the gates. The Corps says it's getting little sleep too, having put in place $1 billion worth of flood protection since Katrina, a work still in progress.
What's going to happen when the hurricane season comes?
We're screwed. They don't have to tell me 19 hours anymore, because if it's predicted on Monday, I'm leaving Friday.
I'll admit, I'm scared. You don't know what's going to happen.
Be prepared to run and have your place to run to.
If someone came to you, has a house that's near the lake or a levee or a flood wall, it says, is it safe for me to move back in? Is it safe? You remember the Marathon Man?
Oh, I remember.
Solange Olivier?
Yep.
Is it safe?
The answer is no, it's not safe.
Not just the levees broke, the spirit broke, my spirit broke. The families broke apart. I want my mama back, I want my sister back, I want my nephew back. The auction block broke from so many African American bodies. The sense of direction was broken because of the darkness. There was light from time to time, but they broke away and left us. My being together broke when I fell apart. The smell broke away from my skin when I came out of the waters. The waters that came and stood still with the bodies of my people. The dogs, shit, piss, rats, snakes, and herd of alligators. The broken smiles, the broken minds, the broken lives. And you know something? Out of all of this brokenness, I have begun to mend. With God and my deep, deep commitment to infinite strength, to never give up, I am mending, I am coming back, God willing, for a long, long time. So when you see the waters, when you see the levees breaking, know what they really broke along with them.
Oh, one glad morning when this life is over, I'll fly away. Oh, when I die, hallelujah, by night, I'll fly away. Oh, fly away. Oh, fly away. Oh, when I die, hallelujah, fly away.
When you are born in this and your first breath when the doctor slaps you is tinted with magnolia blossoms and you know you drink Mississippi River tap water in your first formula, it's a thing that you won't find anywhere else. And folks who had to evacuate know you might go somewhere and you might have a good time, but it's nothing like home. And when you can call New Orleans, Louisiana home, baby, you know what it means to miss New Orleans. Trust me.
Fly away, fly away, say, fly away. When I die, hallelujah, bye-bye. New Orleans will never go away.
Darlene Acevedo, born in New Orleans, Louisiana.
J. Acevedo, born in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Shelton Shakespeare Alexander, St. Bernard Parish, Violet, Louisiana.
Lee Arnold, tour manager for New Orleans' own Hot 8 Brass Band.
My name is Graylin Bryant Banks, born and raised in New Orleans, uptown in the 13th Ward. I'm the director of safety and loss prevention at the Hyatt Regency, New Orleans, at Louisiana Superdome.
John Barry, author of Rising Tide, the Great Mississippi Flood of 1927, and How It Changed America.
I'm Professor Robert Bate, University of California at Berkeley, Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering.
Actor, activist, Harry Belafonte.
I'm Wilhelmina Blanchard. I'm Terrence's mother.
And I'm Terrence Blanchard, and we're both born and raised here in New Orleans, Louisiana.
I'm Kathleen Babineau Blanco, Governor of the State of Louisiana.
Douglas Brinkley, American historian.
Joseph Bruno. I live in a section of the city called Carrollton, and I'm a trial lawyer.
State Representative Karen Carter, District 93, New Orleans.
I'm Dr. Louis Cataldi. I'm the State Medical Examiner for the state of Louisiana.
Judith Morgan,
Wyclosky, St. Bernard, Louisiana.
Cheryl Liverdays, Wyclosky, St. Bernard, Louisiana.
Will Chittenden, born and raised in New Orleans, Lower 9th, St. Bernard Projects.
Eddie Campos, former superintendent, New Orleans Police Department.
How you doing? I'm Harry Swamp Thing Cook, and I'm the bass drummer for the Hot E Brass Band.
Sarah Dean, St. Roch, New Orleans.
Peter Laudema, St. Roch, New Orleans.
Emile Dumayneil from the Lower 9th Ward, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Michael Eric Dyson, author of Come Hell or High Water, Hurricane Katrina and the Color of Disaster, professor at the University of Pennsylvania.
My name is Felton Earls. I'm professor of social medicine at Harvard Medical School and professor of human behavior and development at the Harvard School of Public Health.
I'm Paris Urban. I'm a resident of New Orleans.
My name's Sylvester Francis. I was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana.
My name is Herbert J. Freeman, Jr. I was born in Nelson, Louisiana, in the Garden District.
Dale Gerard, Gentilly, New Orleans, Louisiana.
My name is Luella Gibbons, and I'm a lawyer in Orleans Parish.
Anita Gupta, Assistant Counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund.
My name is Glenn Howell. I am 10 years old, and I play the trumpet.
I'm Tanya Harris from the Lower 9th Ward.
I'm Josephine Butler from Lower 9th Ward.
Donald Harrison, jazz musician from Uptown New Orleans.
Donnell Harrington, born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Dr. Corey Hebert, pediatrician, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Damon Hewitt, Assistant Counsel, NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, and a native of New Orleans.
Freddie Hicks, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Justin Height, Berkeley, California, common ground in the Lower 9th Ward.
Fred Johnson, born in New Orleans, Louisiana.
I'm Michael Katz, Walter H. Annenberg Professor of History at the University of Pennsylvania.
Michael Knight, Lower 9th Ward.
Mitch Landrieu, Lieutenant Governor, State of Louisiana.
My name is Mrs. Phyllis Montana LeBlanc, born and raised in New Orleans.
Tremaine Lee, staff writer, New Orleans Times-Picayune from South Jersey.
Brendan Lloyd, blogger and hurricane buff, irishtrojan.com.
Dr. Calvin Mackey, professor of mechanical engineering at Tulane University, member of the Louisiana Recovery Authority, born in the 7th Ward in New Orleans, Louisiana.
I'm Dr. Ben Marble. I'm an emergency room physician along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and I live in Long Beach, Mississippi.
Quentin Marcellus, Pigeon Town, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Kevin A. Martin, pumping and power plant operator, Melphamine Pumping Station number 1, New Orleans, Louisiana.
My name is Hassan Mashriki. I'm an assistant professor at Louisiana State University Hurricane Center.
I'm Mother Audrey Mason from New Orleans, born and raised 63 years.
Betty McHale.
And Charles McHale, 3 Park Island, City of New Orleans.
I'm David Meek, city editor of the Times-Picayune in New Orleans.
Yes, my name is Joseph Malonzo from New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm from the 3rd Ward, which is called the Magnolia Project.
Gina Montana, Mid-City, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Henry Morgan, St. Bernard, Louisiana.
I'm Mark Morial, former mayor of New Orleans, a son of New Orleans, and now the president of the National Urban League.
My name is Cynthia Hedge Morrell. I'm the newly elected councilperson from District D, New Orleans, Louisiana, born and raised.
I am Arthur Morrell, state representative from District 97 in New Orleans, Louisiana. I was born and raised in New Orleans.
My name is Joycelyn Moses.
My name is Anthony Dunn.
And we both are residents of New Orleans. We've been here all our life.
Ray Nagin, mayor of the city of New Orleans.
My name is Linda Novak, and I live in Holy Cross, Lower 9th Ward.
Soledad O'Brien, co-anchor of CNN American Morning.
Sean Penn.
My name is Benny Pete, and I'm the tuba player for the Hot 8 Brass Band.
Wendell Pierce, born in Pontchartrain Park, New Orleans.
Kimberly Polk. I lived in the Bywater community of New Orleans, Louisiana.
Pastor James Pullings Jr. of the Leviticus Church of God in Christ, Queens, New York.
Garland Robinette, WWL Radio, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Robert Rock, born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Junior Rodriguez, St. Bernard Parish President.
Dana Saulney, born and raised New Orleans, Louisiana, 7th Ward.
Michael Scott Schlachter. I am the founder and chief meteorologist of Weather 2000 in New York City. Jeffrey David Schultz, chief climatologist at Weather 2000.
Jay Scully, Long Beach, Mississippi.
Mike Seelig, Uptown, New Orleans.
I am Colonel Louis Sutliff, Commander, Task Force Guardian, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, here in New Orleans, Louisiana.
I'm Reverend Al Sharpton, President of National Action Network.
Brian Taverneau, staff writer at the Times-Picayune. I live in Uptown, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Charlie Valley, photojournalist, citizen of the world, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Ivor Van Heerden, Deputy Director of the Louisiana State University Hurricane Center.
My name is Elder William Walker Jr., pastor of the Noah's Ark Missionary Baptist Church, located in Central City, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Rhonda Washington, registered nurse, high-risk OBGYN, University Hospital.
Kanye West, artist.
Roy Williams, director, Louis Armstrong, New Orleans International Airport.
This time I'm walking to New Orleans. I'm walking to New Orleans. I'm gonna need to parachute when I get through walking these blues. When I get back to New Orleans, I've got my suitcase in my hand. Now ain't that a shame? I'm leaving here today. Yes, I'm going back home to stay. Yes, I'm walking to New Orleans. You used to be my honey, till you spent all my money. No use for you to cry. I see you by and by, 'cause I'm walking to New Orleans. I've got no time for talking. I've got to keep on walking. New Orleans is my home. That's the reason why I'm gone. Yes, I'm walking to New Orleans. I'm walking to New Orleans. I'm walking to New